Hey there and welcome to the Max Not Binary. I'm Max. We are back with some oxygen not included today, where we're going to build stuff, hopefully. Hello Nora, hello Punked, welcome into you and to everyone in chat. I hope you're having a good day. Right then. So, if we're going to go nuclear, which I think is a possibility, despite Nemetrek confusing me in Discord, then I think we can sort of fit one in here. It's going to be a bit of a push, but I think we can fit a nuclear reactor that functions in here. So we don't have to worry too much. Hello Annabelle, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely day. We don't need to worry too much about making sure other stuff is in here. As long as the basics of refinement are here, that should be okay. Alright. A thing we will want to do is, let's save some space with these. And, hello Duda, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. I mean, it doesn't matter, does it? We can build it in anything. We don't have any of them, so it's largely not an issue. I hope so too. Oh, nuts. Nuts and indeed nuts. Cancel that, please. Yours was mediocre? Oh, that's disappointing. Okay, so we put that there. Then this one essentially is batteries, and that can be sort of it for now. I would say, probably. Alright then. How are we doing in here? It's a bit too hot, isn't it? It's definitely very hot there. Where is the heat there coming from? It must be the lights. Because this is actually hotter than anything else. So the heat must be coming in from the lights. RKM, thank you so much for the 20 months. It's lovely to see you. I hope you're having a good day. Thank you very much for your continued support of the channel. What was I going to say? Is it intentional that there's so much space between you and my machines? Yes, almost certainly. I hope you're doing well, okay? I hope that you've managed to make your monitor speak to your computer again. I'm gonna just slightly double up here because I'm slightly concerned about rockets. And them firing exhaust at us. I mean, these machines, yes, that's definitely intentional. I'm going to put loads of bins there. We should play this game again. I did figure out my computer, but it was late, so I just went to bed. That seems fair. Oh. It is good to see you. Right then. Come on, Dupes. Let's start running. Do we actually have any of this? Because I don't want to build any of that. I mean, we might do. It is vaguely possible that people might bring this back from the other place. Which I wouldn't like. I spent the morning in court. Wow. Digger on a cook, if available. Otherwise, whatever. Let's have a look at who's available for you. We have got... Let's go to the skills. It's easier to see. Got a digger. A builder. Who else have we got? Can Steve cook? Steve cannot cook. Ren can cook, though. You could have Ren, our rancher and cook. That's probably the closest I can get you to a cook. We don't strictly have a dedicated cook. We have a bunch of people who can cook on the side. Where is Ren? Oh, I don't want to do that. Just want to go and see Ren. There you are, Ren. What are you... Ah, I see. In the toilet. I was like, where is Ren? What is happening here? I'll go in. Thank you very much for spending your max value points. Did you accidentally strand our cook on another asteroid? I did not. We just never took a sole cook. We only took people who could cook and do other things. I don't want any of these things, so we're going to reject them all. I still don't understand why your design has so many steam turbines. What do you mean they're recycling the water? All steam turbines recycle the water. Like, it's part of what they do. I can keep these ones. You can't have the one on top, though. That's just not happening. And like all the other designs I've seen, I've only got 10. I mean, the reactor water. Oh, because you don't have a pump in it. Yes, that's what it is. You don't have a pump in it. They're sealed in their own loops. Let me look at the picture. This is a picture on Discord for those of you who are interested. Oh, I see. They are. That's what you've done. Why don't you just not seal them? Because you could just not seal them. And then you wouldn't potentially need the other ones. But I do see what you mean. It lets you build up very high pressure in those steam rooms and not worry about overpressurizing the reactor. I see. That is reasonable. But we'll have to think about it, because it will depend very much on whether we can afford the space. Space is our primary issue. Alright then, what are we doing here? Trying to build these out of aluminium? I mean, we're not going to build them out of aluminium, are we? I think I'm vaguely happy with the design, so I want to start trying to build some of this bit, essentially. Whether we have enough insulated bricks to build this, we will have to see. Thank you. We're going to need a lot of water to fill this, if I want to fill it all up with water. I might actually pump it out for once. I almost never pump it out, but I think that it might, on this occasion, be the better option. Increases the heat capacity, so you can shut down the reactor for longer if you don't use its full output. Fill it with CO2? Oh, because it drops beneath the steam. Indeed. We could do that. But I think I'm probably just going to pump it out. It's not going to take super long to pump it out. It's, I mean, we just pumped out this area in not very long. So I definitely don't think it'll take very long to pump this out. And then we can just run water in through this. It should be fine, though I would have to build a liquid lock, which might be moderately annoying. Meh, we'll see. We'll see. I think having a CO2 in my aquatuna chamber would upset me too much, to be honest. I think that's the sort of thing that would just drive me nuts every time I looked at it. The CO2 gets deleted eventually, does it really? Presumably you need enough pressure for that to happen. Can we send Steve to space? I wish it would tell you how many calories you actually had. I think we probably can send Steve to space without too much trouble, at least for a little bit. Is there anything that Steve is going to need in space that we are not providing here? How big is this room? Oh, 14 tiles? Yeah, we've got no hope of that being anything better. 14 tiles is not getting it done. How big is this space? Well, we sort of need the door. Well, we could have ladders there. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I don't think that's enough. No, that's not enough. Alright, well, never mind that then. If the CO2 gets crushed to a few tiles, then when the water drips on one of the tiles, it deletes the CO2. I see. Makes sense. What do I need for a researcher if we send them up in space to do some investigating? I think as long as they're fed and oxygenated, they should be alright. We've put water in for the toilets. Oh, that reminds me. We can probably disconnect the water that is doing that. Now, cheers. We'll probably wind up putting it in here, in fact. Seems like a perfect idea. What is this made out of? Granite? That seems fine. Seems fine. It'll do. Right, Food, O2, Plastic and Orbital Research Lab. I'm not gonna send him with the Orbital Research Lab, Though I agree. Because I'm just gonna send him to Scout to begin with. This is gonna be an actual sort of going out and doing some scouting mission. Rather than a, doing the research mission. We'll probably send him out to do the research afterwards. Let's have a look at Steve's, morale. Steve, how is your morale? Have we given you way too many things? Possibly. Your morale need is 18. It's probably a bit high, isn't it? So, when you lose 12, where are you going to be? Screwed. That's the answer to that. You are going to be screwed. You're also going to lose showered, which isn't great. That's not great, is what I see there. Generally not super. Hang on. If we scrubbed you... I mean, we could scrub you and get rid of, like, some of these. For the short term, you won't need them in space. It's going to be moderately annoying, but it is a possibility. Alright then. I would like to build these of steel, you know. Can we make any steel? We don't have any iron. We used to have some iron, didn't we? What happened to the iron? Who knows? Maybe we made it into steel. Alright, well, let's do this. No, let's not do that forever right now. Let's do this like 20 times. How's the temperature doing in here? It's pretty cool. It's alright. Not too bad. Right, we might as well build a granite floor here, because we're going to have one. So there's no real reason why we can't put these things in while we're waiting on other stuff. How much copper ore do we have over here? 16.4 tons, I mean, that might be enough to build the stuff we want to build. Built something out of it by accident? Yes, that is entirely possible. It is entirely possible that it's gone into building something I didn't necessarily intend. Certainly wouldn't in any way be a first. Right, other things we want to do is, you, matey. Oh, I know what we need on here that we haven't got on here. We need liquid tanks to act as evening tanks for these, ideally. The physics of that water on the surface up here. It's great, isn't it? Well, you see, the problem is that there's some carbon dioxide and some chlorine that are shoving me down. That is obviously the way that, like, these things interact. What have we got planned there? This is going to be a little industrial zone. Tresmillion, welcome in. I hope you are well. Yes, tiny industrial zone, mainly because we need the aquatuners to cool our, what will be extensive farming. I mean, to be fair, we probably want to use that one for there, this one for this section, and this one we'll use to actually cool these things. Let's start thinking about what that's going to look like while we make some, what's it? Also, I think we will scrub Steve. I think otherwise Steve is going to go insane in the rocket. Now you see we have some iron here, but it says we have no iron there, which definitely suggests to me that I attempted to build something out of iron. There you go, that's what it is. This steam turbine. Can I cancel the steam turbine? Cheers. Oh no, all of these steam turbines. Yeah, well, don't do that. We'll build those later. Cancel buildings? I mean, they're definitely buildings. Oh, that's because I've got deconstruct on. Well, that would explain it. Let's put the deconstruct back to buildings. There we go. You see, now we've got some iron. I thought so. Excellent. I've sorted that out then. We can also maybe build some of these. So if I make you out of copper instead, apparently we can't build them. We still don't have enough stuff. But we can at least set them up in a way that they could theoretically be built now, if I just refined the metal. There we go. Right, the next thing I want to do is to look at which way round I've got these aquatuners before they build them. I mean, I'd probably like for those to be aluminium if they possibly could be, so I suppose that's fine what you're doing there. You we almost certainly want to be round the other way. Sensibly. I mean, not that it really matters very much, but probably helps. And you two can probably be this way, and that's sort of fine. Where are you building the thermosensors? Largely probably suspended in the air, Dot. Is going to be the answer. This is all going to be a bit tight and awkward. For sure. But, well, such is the way it is at the minute, I'm afraid. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. So not directly next to the tuner input. I mean, as close as we can get it. We could potentially just build them all. There's no real reason why we couldn't actually build them all in the steam room and put them all like here to make them as close as possible. Because we've got this extra layer. So we could, for instance, liquid pipe thermosensors. Copper would be fine. We could build them in, for instance, these positions. I don't think... Will they block the steam turbines? I don't think it'll matter very much. I don't think we're going to be generating enough heat to genuinely use these three. I suppose it does count as a building, does it? I think so, it occupies space. You think they won't block, Aritzia? Also, welcome in. It's good to see you. If I tried to cancel a building... Now you see they are buildings. Which makes me wonder. But you reckon they don't block. They're a building, not a tile. Alright then. So, I never put my aquatuners directly underneath the steam turbines, on the grounds that it would block the steam turbines. Assumably then that doesn't matter at all. And I can put my steam turbines there entirely freely. Ah, well, there you go. You learn new things every day. Right. Where are you going to come from? No idea. You're probably going down here, aren't you? This water's going to get in the way. So... we're probably going to redirect it up and round. You there. I think we're going to move you so that you come in this way instead. And then we might also link you somewhere else. Possibly down here. This might be an excellent place to make the link. And this will allow us to get rid of this, which is going to be quite in the way, I reckon. The 2 high room is good enough. I mean, I normally do a 2 high room dot, but I additionally usually have it be wider than my steam turbines, so that I can push the aquatuners to the side. I mean, partly that also leaves room for your metal refineries, and it gives me a space here where I put liquid tanks. And those things are sort of useful. But, yes. I think possibly I'd just not really considered how those things interacted. You like 3 for the more thermal mass? Do you, do you use different types of water to fill the space? Or do you just use clean water? Because I usually have plenty of thermal mass because I actually just fill the thing with clean water. Longer refining cooling pipes. Fair enough. Speaking of refining cooling pipes, that is for sure a thing we need to get them to build. These also need to be made of decent stuff. Because... because of something or other that I've forgotten. I like using 3 hive steam rooms as it gives room for a vacuum sealed liquid lock. Yes, you could smush one in. I just cope with the fact that I can't get back in there. I have rarely needed to get back in there, to be fair. Of things I build, an aquatuner chamber is not that often one I need to break into. Apart from at the very beginning. It certainly wouldn't be unusual for me to build it, seal it up, and then realise I need to break into it pretty much straight away. But after that instance, I don't usually need to get in it again. But there's certainly some initial needing to get into it that relatively regularly happens. Let's sever that. And probably this as well. Is this game fun? I mean, I like it very much. Hoover Cold, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. It depends whether you like base builders and colony sims. It is very fun. It does have a bit of a steep learning curve, which the game doesn't do a fantastic job of addressing, but as long as you can get past that, there's quite a lot of depth and things to do, and it's pretty entertaining. It's not fun. I have just played it for 6,500 hours now. I mean, if that's true, Dot, you've actually played it for longer than I have. You played Sim 4 and Prison Architect back in the day. Sims I haven't played, so I can't speak to. Prison Architect, certainly some similarities. Bit more... a bit less, what am I trying to say? So, you know how in Prison Architect you mostly have the bits and it's just how you put them together? You do a bit more designing in this, I would say. Like, a lot of the things that you will want to build don't come as pre-made items to put down. So, I would say that's slightly different from Prison Architect, but, you know, quite a lot of similarities. It's very different from Sims 3. I don't know. I don't think I've played a Sim since I played Sims, and I didn't enjoy it very much, so I stopped playing them and never played them again. Largely, that was how I felt about it. After some consideration, I decided I just didn't like them. And therefore didn't play them anymore. I have an idea. It's not that close to The Sims other than you can build things. I mean, fair. Do. Good. I thought we might be able to get some of that water out of the way. Excellent. So that's how we'll manage this. How are you getting on there, Dupes? You're getting on alright. Let's build a couple of ladder pieces for you. I mean, in general, I'm going to want you to deconstruct all these ladders as well. I wonder which ones you can reach. We'll find out. Yes, I would say it's probably a bit more management-y than simmy, if that sort of makes sense. I guess, thinking about it. Excellent. Look, sever that. It's exactly the right amount of pipe. I mean, I suppose that makes sense, since it is the other side of a rectangle. But why aren't you going down there? It's a point of interest. I mean, these all apparently have water in them, but it seems moderately odd that you don't want to go down there as well. Maybe that's just me. Alright, you. Let's have a look at you. Can we get rid of these? Because they're getting in the way of my thought process, essentially. We might well rebuild them largely exactly the same, but for now, they're not helping me think about stuff. Oh, now you've moved. What changed? No idea. No idea. Right, how are we getting on with this? How hot have you made my water? Yeah, a little bit hot. You've still got some iron to make. Alright then, you carry on with that. Right then, you. So one of the things we're going to do is down here, we are going to put some sleet wheat farms, and we're going to make this properly cold. And one day we're going to get these poke shells out of here. but that day apparently is not now. You actually will work there because sleet wheat. That's gonna be fine because they're only one high. How much do I need? This is more than enough, I believe. I think I actually only need one row of sleet wheat to fulfill my sleet wheat needs, according to the calculator. But I no longer quite remember. We'll build 2 anyway. Oh, nope. Don't build that one, because I've recognised a problem. If you build that one, nobody's ever going to be able to get in here again. And that'll be unfortunate. Because we will need to go in there. Right. I see they're struggling to find the igneous rock to do this. God. Is there anything I've got insulated that I don't really need to have insulated? I mean, we probably don't need this to be insulated, to be fair. I mean, I'd probably like to replace it with airflow tiles, but we can't really do that either, because we don't have any metal ore. Oh, life is hard. Life is hard, chat. I mean, we might need that to be insulated at one point. Excuse me, Pip. Why haven't you planted this tree? Where is my overlay? Why can't you plant this? Oh, that waterweed. God damn it. Right. Alright, we'll get in there and we'll kill that waterweed for you. It's aggravating behaviour. I mean, to be fair, we don't need that anymore. All this, that can all go. I guess the answer is 5. 5 ladders they cannot reach. It does appear that way. We can help them with those. And we can fix that problem for them. I can't fix all their problems, but there are some that I can fix for them. I mean, that's another thing that we should do to look out for igneous rock, is find all these random ladder segments that are built out of igneous rock. I mean, these ones don't even do anything. Apart from allow the duplicants to take the stupidest route. Because obviously, why wouldn't we want to allow the duplicants to take the most ridiculous route to any given place? Granite, that's alright. This is igneous? This is igneous? Good grief. Outrageous. This should definitely be granite. None of this wasting igneous rock on ladders. How outrageous. Is this a piece of igneous rock? It is. And this is. Look at that. Right. Well, nuts to you. Next time the pod goes off, try and remember to... next time the pod goes off, try and yell at me to replace the floor underneath the printing pod. There should be a mod where dupes have to clamber around pipes. This better represents what I have to do on actual gas sites. I mean, disturbing, but seems fair. Pretty sure that's got to be a health and safety problem. Look at all these ladders I've got built out of igneous. I mean, it's outrageous behaviour. Nobody needs igneous ladders. Everybody needs granite ladders. They're prettier. I mean, genuinely. I'm climbing up this completely straight ladder, but do you know what I'd really like to do? I'd like to climb up here on this really tricky bit instead. Because that makes sense. There's no hope for dupes. What can I say? No hope for dupes at all. Right, thank you for building these ladders. They can go now. How are we getting on here? Do we have the copper? I think we had loads of copper. Yeah, we've still got a lot of copper. They've just been distracted by making ladders, apparently. Which, sure, you can make ladders instead. No worries. Site. Make sure you sign the risk assessment and wear all of your PPE. Also site. Yeah, feel free to climb over or under that 0.9 meter diameter warm gas pipe. I mean, that sounds largely like every site ever. Though to be fair, I have to admit they work an awful lot harder to keep you off building sites than they did when I was a kid. When I was small, really quite small, they were building loads of houses in our local area. And we used to just go and tramp over there and then play in the scaffolding on the weekends. These days they work reasonably hard to prevent you doing that, but apparently nobody cared. I mean, it was the 80s, so, I mean, there were plenty of things that nobody cared about. But certainly health and safety may have been one of them. I mean, that ladder doesn't even do anything. But yes, looking back on it makes me go, seems like that might have been deeply unsafe. Have we considered that maybe that was a terrible idea? As a thought. What is this? Oh, it's some ice. How are you doing, bees? You haven't overheated? I'm still very worried about this heat. But it seems okay for now. Basically, all the stuff I'm designing is actually safe, i.e. access platforms and stepovers, but when you're actually there, nobody cares. Perhaps it varies a lot depending on site to site. I mean, that would be nice to think. A builder? Oh, we don't need you. Let's take another snazzy suit. And now that we have taken it, I'm gonna queue that up. And then it's the duplicant's fault if the printing gets delayed. Leofar, have a snazzy suit. Do you know what I'd like to do? I would like us to turn this off and sever this, because currently all we're doing is like slowly heating this up and up and up, which means it's going to take longer to kill it. Not kill it, cool it. Different word. So let's just turn all the lights off for a bit. No, you haven't missed any setup, Downtown Cat. Welcome in, I hope you're well. I mean, it's going to be quite slow, because we don't have loads of resources. We're having to fit stuff into a really stupidly small area, so, I mean, there's going to be a lot of faff. But we'll try and make it vaguely entertaining. So, people have repeatedly told me that I do not need to use insulated pipes if I am running a pipe in an insulated wall. And because I don't have enough materials, I'm gonna just this once believe them. What are we gonna run in this loop to cool sleet wheat? And we could run polluted water. It's a bit complicated to find my polluted water, though. Have I got any other polluted water sources? I mean, not really. Hello, Namikaze. Welcome in. Hope you are having a good day. And then the question is, how cold does it need to be? Can I get away with just a granite pipe to spread the chill? I am not too bad, thank you. Hope you are also doing well. I'm gonna try. Because we haven't got any metals and, you know, life is generally complicated. It will exchange heat with that insulated tile, but very slowly. I mean, that's okay. We'll just have to live with that, I guess. We're just gonna save whatever we can. In terms of materials, right, you. I mean, I don't really... This is gonna be a little bit complicated, but... we could bridge there. Then we can come up and in. Potentially. Hang on. This is in an aquatuna area, so I definitely don't want these ones to be made of granite. Thanks. These ones will actually have to be igneous. At least to there. Cancel this. You come down here. Build some bridges. Can they be granite? Probably. Just about. Oh, Rimworld. I mean, that wasn't Rimworld. That was just me pressing the wrong button. It's a slightly different problem. Alright. Problems with this are that we don't have a liquid evening tank. There does appear to be a handy space here that we could put the liquid evening tank. I mean, it doesn't really matter where on the loop your liquid evening tank is. You would normally put it near the aquatuna, but it's not a huge issue. Since it takes the lowest thermal conductivity when insulated, and the tile has a lower... Oh, yeah. Okay. I understand. Oh, nuts. So the other problem is that we... Oh, no, it's clean water, isn't it? It's clean water. It's this. Which, we are slowly making colder and colder. How is the water production going over here? Are you managing? What are you putting this out at? 20? I mean, that's a little bit better. Yeah, we still don't seem to be having any problem with it making it colder than I want it to be, so I'm tempted to set it down further again. Partly because it will help cool the water in the big tank, but also because we're going to put it into sleep weight, so a bit cooler is better. I wish you could share your blueprint. Apparently there is a way. You can use this mod, the blueprint mod. If I create a blueprint with it, now it's worth noting that I don't strictly remember how to do this. I can create a blueprint with it, and then there's a website I can upload them to, or something like that. But I have never really used that bit of its functionality. Indeed, I didn't know it existed until really recently. And now I've forgotten what the site is called where you can upload them. But apparently that is a thing. And that it has a functionality that you can link to that. What am I looking for here? Oh, I know what I'm looking for. What is dripping? And why is it dripping? What have you done here, you? Did we run too many things back to back and you boiled some water? Is that what happened? Possibly. It does appear to be what has happened. Alright. Never mind. We'll give you a little rest. It's fine. Outrageous behaviour. Alright, let's deconstruct that pipe. How hot is the water you've got in this? Yes, you've got the salt water at 108. Well, we'll be leaving that for a little bit. Let's let that cool down. Did it leave dirt or salt behind? I assume salt. Though I can't necessarily see any in the tile. Yes, there's some salt, look. It did. Right. We need to... Can we get rid of this waterweed? Thank you. Because apparently it's upsetting the pips. Salt water has a lower specific heat capacity, so it heats up faster. That would make sense. Right then. So, before I was distracted by that happening, we're going to put a tank here. There we go. Evening tank. If you use Blueprint mod on your Windows machine, add Documents, Clay, Oxygen Not Included, Blueprint folder includes .blueprint files. What you can share. Excellent. Thank you, Dot. Ooh, we might actually be able to mop some of this salt water up while we do that, which would be ideal. How high is the pressure here? Maybe slightly higher than we'd rather. We'll probably just delete that, I think. We'll build a tile in it so that that no longer exists. Nobody wants to do any mopping. We don't have enough dupes, really, do we? Too much to do for you, duplicants? No, I see. You're also confusing the issue by dripping water down here, which is turning into ice, which is making you do this endlessly. Right, why don't you not do that for now? And we'll go back to putting the ice in there in a minute. Okay. What game is this? Coslan. It is Oxygen Not Included. It is a base builder or colony sim. A bit of both. And by Clay publishers and developers. It's pretty good. Alright then. So, that's a loop for this one. It's a bit convoluted. But we can also extend it. There are other things we might... It's in the mod description. I think I probably never read that bit. To be fair, although I do have a couple of builds saved on it, the main thing that I love it for is the snapshot tool, where I can... snapshot would... Oh yeah, because they need to be built. Where you can take a thing... Oh, it's because I'm on the what's it overlay. You can take a snapshot and then replant it somewhere else. Which is one of my favourite bits of the mod. Oh. Do you know that if you did these... Look, come here, dupes. If you do these first, it will make the ones down the bottom easier. No, they obviously don't know that. That would be way too much sense for duplicants to understand. Who would read instructions ever? Indeed. Outrage. You've just smashed that again, have you? Did we clear all the salt water this time that it's like 100 degrees? No, there's still more. So this is going to smash a couple more times. Most likely. But we'll worry about that later, it'll be fine. Alright, let us design the next one. Because we also need to get this out of here somewhere to do largely the rest of this, which this is going to be a pain for because it's going to be kind of in the way. Speaking of which, maybe we sacrifice this. I think I might change it so it just does that. So it saves us some space. Since we've now got the evening tank in it anyway. That might be the way forward. I mean, is that me you're talking about there, Annabelle? Because, like, harsh. Potentially true, but still harsh. Right, where are we going to get you out that isn't going to be an absolute nightmare? No, do you know what? I've got a much better idea. Why am I such an idiot? Come here, you. Just deconstruct that. And this. Can make this much easier. By just, yeah, not being an idiot. Oh, the dupes. Oh, I see. Well, yes, no, they are idiots. That is widely proven. Though the number of ridiculously extra bits of pipe here would suggest that perhaps they're not alone in this problem. Alright, cancel those. Thank you. And deconstruct that. Lovely. Right, that's a lot cleaner. Right. And it's going to make getting this one out a little bit more straightforward. Thank you so much for the bits, Annabelle. No worries at all, I was certainly not offended. It is not a problem, but thank you very much. That's very kind. Right, we're going to use just granite insulated pipe. We're going to go along here. This is going to be the return. So, I mean, you're a little bit in the way, but that's fine. We can work on that in a minute. And I think you're going to have to come down here. So we are going to need a whole bunch of bridges. Possibly good rock ones? These ones probably need to be good rock. These ones can probably be less good rock. Which way are you going? Out. Alright, that's fine. Cool. Alright. Deconstruct those pipes and these pipes. Oh, we're going to need those ladders back. Hang on. There you go, Dupes. Build some more ladders. This is by far the most complicated... Wow, no. It's probably the second most complicated industrial zone I've built for a while. That one we built where we tried to put carbon dioxide producing machines in a steam room. That was probably the most annoyingly complicated one I've built. That was definitely a pain. We could make ethanol and put it in this loop for the cold cooling to save us some polluted water. Because, I mean, there's no real chance that it's going to get to 80 degrees in this loop, like trying to cool sleet wheat. I mean, if it does, we've got some problems anyway, I would say. So we could fill this one with ethanol, save us some polluted water and some faff in getting the polluted water. Reading chat back, I see the error I made. I'm building my power setup in ONI and misunderstood. Seems my own instincts and intuitions are equally rubbish as the Dupes. What did you misunderstand about your power network, Annabelle? Right. Here. Oh yeah, we're gonna need... Oh well, I'll build that in a minute. That'll be fine. replace it in a second. Should we cool? We might as well cool this bit as well. Oh, hang on. Whoa there. You stop doing that, because I've just had a thought. And that thought is that these things aren't the right height, are they? 1, 2, 3. So we're actually probably going to have the pots here at such a time as we do them. So we want to cool one above that, which is fine. I meant because I was messing about with the power network, I wasn't paying 100% attention, so I misunderstood what we were talking about. I see. Hello, Emily. Welcome in. I hope that you are having a good day. And these things happen, Annabelle. I would not worry. Nor do I find them a big deal. Lovely. Right. So, hello there, you. So I'm actually going to want you to go across here. Bridge. Bridge. I wonder if that'll work if we're bridging it. Oh, obviously it's the wrong number of loops. Why would it ever be the right number of loops? I hate my life. 1, 2, 3. I don't really want to build that in already, but I think I might actually, just to make my life easier. Because we are definitely... Stop that. Sorry, Dupes. My apologies. I know I asked you to do something, but now I have stopped. We're definitely going to expand this section, yeah, because there's loads of things that we want to grow at exactly this temperature. Many plants are too high, so we could easily assume that we're going to have like a row of something there and 1, 2, like a row of something here, even if we are not yet building it. My expectation is that this section is going to move down towards this section in the future. And because it's going to make the pipes run in a better order, which is obviously important to me, I am going to essentially cool this already. Purely for that reason. Oh, jump. Actually, do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like for you to be a bridge. Frankly. So that we can have this be a cooling loop. Jump. Back. I need this water to go somewhere. Where can I put it? I mean, I could put it in space, but I don't really want to do that. We can... yeah, we can just put it in here for now. And it'll be fine. There we go. Get out of the way. Random bit of water. You're in my way. Right, we haven't got any space for an evening tank in this. Where are we going to put one? Here? No, this is going to be in the way. We can't put it here because this pipe is going to be in the way. Well, I mean, bridges exist for a reason. This pipe doesn't have to be in the way. We can do that. Then we could potentially build a liquid evening tank that goes probably here, to be honest. I mean, I don't suppose it matters very much. These aren't going to need to match up exactly with them. Yeah, whatever. Let's put it there. I'll make some floor. There you go. Sever. This is certainly the most complicated aquatuner network I've built. Possibly not the most complicated industrial district, as discussed. There was the exciting steam one, but almost certainly the most complicated aquatuner loop I've built for a very long time. Let's just call a day so far without the good, but I'm confident. I'm glad to hear it. I want to go back to bed. It's cold. I must admit, I got out of bed today and was like, excuse me, it's already cold? I already feel cold? That doesn't seem appropriate. It is definitely getting a bit more chilly. Why aren't you? Oh, because they've not built it. Oh, because these pipes are made out of something weird. Wolframite. Yeah. That would be the weird thing that I tried to build these pipes out of. Which, yeah, no, that's not going to function, is it? Let's not build these pipes of wolframite. It's fine. I suppose we'll build them of the proper thing. Let's use some insulated granite for it. That will be all right. We might as well also put the liquid bridge that we're definitely going to need in the middle of it. And get rid of... No. Get rid of that. Insulated wolframite pipes. Using a metal to do insulated pipes. It makes literally no sense. I think when I was looking for things that I could build these pipes out of, so that the dupes wouldn't immediately build them, my comment was, why can I build insulated wolframite pipes? Alright, I think we just have to suck up the breaking the pipe again, and then we'll fix it again. Frankly. Can you reach these? Yeah, you should be able to reach those. No worries. Right, this one, however, we do need a bridge for. There we go. And, yeah, we're gonna need a bridge here. But we can't build it yet. There we go. What have we built this out of? Cobalt? Right, let's build an actual one that we can actually build. Speaking of that, this is still wolframite as well. Not ideal. Right, this is in an aquatuner thingy. So I'd like to build a proper insulated pipe. Oh, I'll just have to do it on here. Of a proper material. Thank you. Yeah, sure, we'll build that one as well. Copper is fine. Sever that. Thank you. I mean, I just don't really understand why it is an option to build your insulated pipes of wolframite. There can't possibly be a situation in which that would be a thing that you want to happen, I would say. Oh, this being completely severed is going to be a problem, because then I've got nowhere to put it. Which, like, isn't ideal. The thing is, you're not going to go in there until this is cooling. I mean, we could use clean water in this. There's no real reason why we need... Because it has an astoundingly high melting point. Ah, I see. There you go. As discussed, this is smashed again. As we knew it would, but hopefully that has now cleared it. No, there's still 100 kilos, so we have to do this once more. Also, Dupes, let's have another little mopping go up here. Cheers. That's not ideal. You could definitely do with destroying these bits of ice there. Because otherwise you're not going to be able to walk that way, which doesn't seem helpful. Well, I'm glad there is at least some sort of reason to it. Right, well, we'll accept one more smashing. There we go. Right, we're clearing the water from this. Will it get that? Oh, no, it won't. Alright. Alright. I was sort of hopeful it would get the last bit of water out of there, but it's not going to. I suppose that was an unreasonable wish. Right, you. Get demolished. None of you need to exist anymore. And you can change over to just granite. Oh, I'm stiff. What day is it? Wednesday? Thursday. I hope everyone is having a nice Thursday. I've got new pills that I need to take. And I have to take them 30 to 40 minutes before... No, 30 to 60 minutes before I eat anything or take any other medication. Which is kind of annoying because I'm the sort of person who likes to get up and then immediately do whatever it is I got up to do. So now I have to, you know, actually get up in advance of stuff. And I'm not terribly pleased about this state of affairs. I do live in the moment. The idea of needing to do things beforehand is not my fave. So yeah, that's going to be aggravating. Hello! Oh, steel! Amazing. Right, I don't even care what you lot do. There's some steel. It's not very much, but it's some. Lovely. We've sorted this out. I think we have now got all the super hot water out of here. We have. Lovely. So we can, once again, deconstruct and rebuild that. Right then. Well, this is coming along sort of okay. The bees are doing fine. Do we have a bottle emptier for clean water? I don't think we do. I know something you can do with all that clean water once you've hoovered it all up. We might as well put it in this. I don't think there's actually that much, but there's also no reason not to just chuck it in here. Right, you get deconstructed. We don't need any of this piping anymore. I mean, we might well need it again, but I'm not going to run it up here. Because, like, that was obviously in the way of everything. And let's work on not being in the way of everything. Okay. Oh, I know what I was thinking. I was thinking about whether we were in fact going to use clean water in this loop. There isn't necessarily a particularly good reason for not using clean water in the loop. The extra tolerance on temperature isn't really going to matter. Because, I mean, we're not cooling past 0 anyway. We could have... So, we have clean water and we have slightly more aggravating to access polluted water that we're also using for a thing. Whereas we literally have clean water here. So I think in general we might just run it into the loop. Do I hear arguments from chat on why I should not do that? Apart from the obvious one that polluted water has a better temperature range. Because although that is true, I am listing that as a thing that I don't care about enough to do it. You're going to argue because you like to argue. I mean, that seems reasonable, Nematrak. Or at least in keeping. Possibly reasonable isn't the word I was looking for there. Right. In which case... we want to... I don't actually want to bridge, do I? I actually want to run this in. So, where would be a good place to do that? Like... there? You gonna run? Or not gonna run? Why aren't you gonna run? I have to think of somewhere else to put you. Where is a good place to join this to this? Can I just run it into the green here? Is that going to work? No, apparently not. Why can't I make that work? Am I being insane? Clean water is good. I think it's fine in this instance. I assume it's something about all the other whites that are causing it a problem. What if I ran it this way? Hello. Yes. I found you. I knew there'd be somewhere I could just do that. Alright, so we'll fill this loop with clean water. This loop we will fill with ethanol, so that we've got the minus temperatures. Though we will have to manage to mop up our ethanol, which I was using for other things, but like it's kind of around the place. And we can... oh, I demolished the pit where I was storing ethanol for a while. Never mind. Never mind. We can work that out. I did have a pit that I was storing ethanol in, but I have now demolished it. But I'm sure we can figure that out in due course. What's this? What the temperature is this water at? This temperature's... water's pretty cool, actually. So even without the action, it should help a little bit. Yeah, it's coming out of here just under 30. And hopefully we can push that temperature down a bit. Because as you can see, the actual amount of water that we have in here isn't super high pressure yet. So bringing in more and more cold water should work it out. My central cooling loop usually doubles as water source for random things along the base that need small amounts of clean water. It gets refilled automatically at my water source. So you always use clean water. Oh, that's interesting. I was wondering why you were storing ethanol in a pip. I mean, I'm not sure they'd be terribly good storage systems. We could try. But I am unconvinced of the efficacy of a pip storage solution, I have to say. Right, we do seem to have worked this out now. And it's stopped superheating that water inside of it. It's so... like, is it just me that thinks it's weird that it manages to do that? I assume that, like, the metal refinery must be holding some water inside it that keeps getting heated up. Because none of the other water in it is hot. And the water in here isn't massively hot. So, like, it seems weird that it does that. Maybe I'm incorrect about that, but what's going on here? Right, so now we're filling up this tank. So we'll keep a little eye on that. A sponge slug is the proper liquid storage solution. I'm so disappointed that the sponge slugs don't explode. After we saw the gas one explode, I really wanted the water ones to explode. And I feel that dropping bottles is an unacceptable way of doing it, quite frankly. How are we going to mop this? I mean, I know what the answer is, I just don't like the answer, because the answer is we're going to do this. Yes, it's fine. You may now pick up all the ice and put it back down here. I wonder how much ice we actually do have down here. There must be quite a lot. We've been chucking any ice we find down there for quite a long time now. There we go. Get that ethanol mopped, you lot. Lovely. Yeah, I was very disappointed with that. I was looking forward to a massive water explosion, but it didn't happen. Alright. So we still haven't made... What is using copper? Oh, the automation wires. That's fine. Oh, nuts. Let's rebuild that. I think... Oh, I've done it again. Stop selecting the automation wire. I would like to build this one first. I noticed that both of these have some steel in it. Which together is very nearly enough to make this. We'll make this one first. Alright, let's make something slightly less high temperature. Am I right in thinking that the steel actually requires a higher temperature from the metal refinery to make, or is that a myth? Like, I've literally just never needed this tepidizer. I mean, maybe one day I'll need it again, but I think on that day we might have a, you know, another solution. So I think we might just get rid of this. Steel outputs more temperature into the coolant. Ah, there you go then. So I was right that there is a sort of difference. What are you putting in here? Salt water. I mean, that's fine. You can do that. Okay. Lovely. Let's do some sweeping. We've got some rubbish over here that could, you know, not be here. Yeah, it's definitely cooling this down. Of course, now they can't grow because they don't have any light, because they turned the lights off. But we'll wait and see. Do I even have enough aluminum to make those pipes? How much is a pipe segment? 50. I mean, it's such a lot. Did we pick up all the lights from over here? Nisbet, how are you doing? You're still managing to breathe, though I'm not entirely sure how. So I guess we'll take it. This apparently is working even though it's completely what's-ted. Now that we're using this loop in this way, we could reclaim the aluminium I put into the other anti-entropy thermonullifier. I'm just seeing what temperature it gets down to. Oh no, it's fine, you see. It's absolutely fine. For example, a load of iron will increase the tank of water's temperature by 32 degrees, but a load of steel will increase it by 56 degrees. So, although that does answer some of my question, I am still then wondering about... What am I looking for here? Pipe overlay. How it heats 20 degree, well, even 25 degree salt water to boiling point, which is 92, I think. Because 25 plus 56 doesn't reach that. So, is it holding water in the machine for more than one cycle? And if so, why? It gets funky when you mix coolants, since it'll heat one liquid more than the other. Alright then. So that is the reason. That seems fair. Well, I mean, it seems a reason. Fair might be pushing it. What are you doing, Nisbet? Oh, well, are you doing some farming? I think I told you had to do the farming first. It seems logical that it should heat one thing more than the other. I don't see the logic. It seems logical that that's what's happening. Yeah, it certainly makes sense that... it makes sense in the... it's a fixed amount of heat depending on the coolant's SHC. The temperature rises differently. Yeah, but that's only the first point, Emily. It doesn't explain why some of it is heated more than its heat. Ah, no, I take it back. I think I see what you're getting at. What is your specific heat capacity then, salt water? 4.1. So slightly less. It still seems to be heating a lot more, but I'll accept it. At least it makes some sense, which I'll go with. Some sense is better than, you know, no discernible sense. Nisbet, oh, you're eating. We're going to come back tomorrow and see whether you actually get any of this done. And if you don't, we're going to change your priorities. Not enough to account for increases of 80 plus C versus 3250 C that with polluted water would get heated. Still heats water by 56 degrees C, but if you use supercoolant instead, it only rises by 27 because it's double the specific heat capacity. I mean, this is entirely reasonable. But the specific heat capacity between polluted water and salt water, although different, is not that different. And what we're seeing in the metal refinery is that after it breaks the pipe, its contents are like some water that is all completely reasonable temperatures, and then some water that is like 110 and breaks pipes. And the only thing I can think of that accounts for that is that it's heating some bits of the water repeatedly. Contents are on the status page. Oh, that's what it is. I was looking at this. So, I mean, that's all completely fine. Alright. Well, copper is... Yeah, it seems to only dump the heat into one bit at a time. Which I guess could mean that if all of that doesn't move out in time, it gets heated again, essentially. I don't know. It's sort of slightly difficult to tell, but, well, whatever. Steel breaks the pipes, anyway. That's what we've discovered. Alright, you. We need to stop putting water into you. Because my evening tank is nearly full. Well, it's relatively full. It's full enough. Good. Oh, look, they've built a whole steam turbine. Well done, you. You duplicants, you. Congratulations. Are there any errands left for this? Yes? Alright, we'll leave it up for a little bit then. Please mop. I wonder how much ethanol we've got. If it's in bottles, or if it's in... Oh, it won't count this, because it's over here. Let's have a look. How much ethanol does the game think we have? What's that? 138 bits of pipe? That's not going to be enough, is it? There's way more bits of pipe than that. We might have to make some more ethanol. I mean, we definitely could. There's plenty of lumber. We can almost certainly cancel this right now. Ooh, not all of that. We don't want you to cancel all of that. We only want you to build that one. Thank you. Cheers. Pip, you can do this. Can we collect this meat? We might as well go in our freezer. I know we can't eat it, but nonetheless. Evening tank. Do I have a morning tank? Yeah, it's the tank that gives respects to the dead. The morning tank is a huge reservoir filled with coffee. How much load have you got on this wire? Not that much. Yes, you consider that one load. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to use this to pump the ethanol in. Right. Nisbet. Where are you? What you doing? Well, you are sort of slowly getting on with this. Well, that's fine then. As long as you're getting on with it in due course, we will allow you to continue merrily with it. Yes. Yes, evening. For the process of making stuff even. It's because, for anyone who doesn't know what I mean by an evening tank, which is fair, one of the mechanics on ONI is temperature evening. So, if you've got a loop cooling stuff off, and you've got a tank, essentially the water that comes in here is going to wind up averaging out in temperature. You call it smoothing. I see. Yes. Yeah, it's probably a proper name would be an averaging tank, because that's what it does. It averages the temperature, which helps you deal with sort of spikes in your temperature. Less important for something like this, where you've got quite a small contained area that isn't going to heat up massively or unevenly, but very useful for ones, for instance, in industrial areas where sometimes it's going to be super hot and sometimes it's not. So it helps deal with those sorts of things. The other advantage to putting a tank on your cooling loop line is it makes the line more easily expandable, which is the other reason I like to use them. But that is a secondary benefit for sure. We genuinely not got enough copper? What have you put all this copper into? Oh, steam turbines. Sorry. My apologies. Of course, that's what you've put all the copper into. Let's make some more, since this doesn't seem to break the pipes. Alright, we can deconstruct these again. We can probably build these. Now, I always used to try and build my metal refineries out of, like, the best possible stuff. But, people have suggested to me that that is entirely unnecessary. And I can just make it out of whatever rock I want and it will be fine. How do people feel about this? Because I'm interested to know people's experience of this. We will also enable water bar. You only need ceramic for an industrial sauna, otherwise it doesn't matter. Right, cool. We're going to make it out of something that we actually have then. That'll help. Let's make it out of sandstone. It'll be fine. Anxious but curious. Right, the other thing we are going to have to do, I've been thinking about this, is, you see this power spine? That's going to have to come over this side. Because we're going to have all our industrial stuff over this side. And then we're potentially going to have our power generation down here in nuclear. Use sandstone. I changed my mind, anything other than sandstone. Aww. Well, apparently, I pressed sandstone, and they made them out of obsidian. Like, you definitely saw me press sandstone, because you're talking about it. But apparently the dupes think I pressed obsidian. I mean, fine. Whatever makes the dupes happy, we'll make them out of obsidian. Do they look any different? Are they color-coded in any way according to, ingredient that they're made out of? I don't think so. The dupes listened to me. The dupes apparently did what they like. They also went, no, we're not building out of sandstone. What are you talking about? I'm not in sure. Excuse me. Not entirely sure how I feel about that little display of initiative on the side of the dupes. It's like the dreamed machines that apparently unlocks their potential. I can't think of anything more disturbing than the idea of a dupe whose potential is fully unlocked. We definitely need more dupes though. Oh, also we're going to send Steve to space, weren't we? That's what I was going to do. Let's build a skill scrubber. And scrub some of Steve's skills off. Stations. Skill scrubber. There we go. Excellent. Yeah, that's fine. How are things going up here? They're going sort of alright. Nobody ever swept that. The pips are determined to hide behind there because of course they are. Can you not, pips? I might have to just tile this in to prevent the pips being behind there. My puppy is upset from the wind and the rain outside and won't eat. Posted a pic of him in Discord. Aww. Are you on the path for the new tropical storm that is coming your way, Chthonic one? Yes. Fair enough. then I can sort of understand why your puppy is a bit upset by the wind and the rain, because I imagine it's relatively full on. Right. It's hitting right now. Well, I hope you stay safe and that you and your puppy are okay. Discord? You're not really succeeding at that. Would you like some assistance? There is a pet pix. The center is about 40 miles southwest of me. That is not very far. So, I hope that, yeah, I hope you stay safe, Sonic One. Oh, muckroot, excellent. We were going to put someone in a rocket. It's perfect time to find some muckroot. We built this. We have lovely Steve. Get scrubbed. Tropical storm sounds weirdly nice when you've never experienced one. I guess it sounds a little bit like tropical rain, which is sort of nice. When it doesn't happen to you every afternoon, I guess. Yes. Steve, get shaken until you forget math. I mean, to be fair, probably if you shook me enough, I'd forget all the math I ever knew as well. I mean, Steve apparently isn't too bothered. They're busy thinking about all sorts of things that, you know, aren't about being shaken violently to forget everything they ever knew. Can I get in the machine and be shaken until I know math? No. You need a shiny light to beam you in the head to know math, Annabelle. Surely you've played the game long enough to know that. It could be a washing machine. I mean, it could be. It probably doesn't shake any less than my washing machine, to be honest. Oh, speaking of which, I need to go do some washing. That reminds me. It washes your brain. A brain washer. How did you get it on? Well, apparently you have, in fact, well, not quite deconstructed all of it. I can see you've left 3 pipe segments. There is a fair bit of farming to do though, so you're probably doing that. Which means they have built all of that, so that's nice. I wish I had one. I've got some stuff I would gladly forget. Indeed. Aloe says, welcome in. I hope you're having a day, not one that you wish to forget. I sort of want to turn the lights on, because it'll make the bristle blossoms grow for a bit, but then I think the lights are going to overwhelm this, since we don't actually have a cooling loop. But I mean, this isn't getting any cooler, is it? I suppose we can leave it. It will cool down the air in here slightly more, so we might leave it cool a little bit more. Until it is, finished. Right. So, we don't really have, in any way, enough aluminum ore to make this work. But we do somehow need to do this. If we move it this way... I mean, for one thing, this metal refinery is going to use up all our power. Alright, let's see what we can do. Because it is going to have to go this way instead, I'm afraid. But we do obviously not have anywhere near enough. The light is going to produce less heat than the water you're using to feed the bristle blossoms. The water that we send in is, hang on, is less than 30 degrees. Not by much, but a little bit. And it depends where it is on the line. You need to cool the plant, not the hydroponic itself. I mean, you can send in 95 seawater if you chill the plant and have insulated piping. I think I think it's not as straightforward as quite that, but certainly chilling the plant definitely works better. But we can try. Let's see if we connect it and see how it works. What do you mean body temperature? Well, the plants apparently are being grumpy. They don't wish to cool down yet. I'm going to complain about this again. I really hate the fact that when the plant's internal temperature is exactly what it's supposed to be to grow, it considers itself too hot. So it'll manage to cool it from however much heat the lights make. Fair enough. We will see. But yeah, apparently these ones are still a little bit hot up here. It did get warmer up the top here. Rounding. The game doesn't give you all of the decimal places. I mean, that is true. But the problem with it giving you a decimal place is that leads you to expect a more accurate thing than it really is. Right. Let's sweep this. We've got 3 of these built, so I think we have built the copper that we need for this section. So we do have to go back to steel. Now, as we know, steel can be a bit of a problem. It'd be nice if there was a way that we could, for instance, move the salt water out the way. Ooh, look at this pipe we don't need. Deconstruct that pipe. Can't have all these pipe segments that we don't actually need for anything. Outrageous behaviour. Oh no, math again. Absolutely. Oh, Steve. Let's give you some skills and also maybe don't go outside. I see you wanting to go outside, Steve, but maybe don't do that for a minute. We'll let you outside again in a minute. To go in a rocket. Right, things that we do want to give you. I do want you to go here anyway. I mean, you like all of these, so it should be fine. We will give you rocketry. And this one? I mean, I guess. Hello, Amy. Welcome in. It doesn't save any fuel, does it? It only saves time. Which I don't really care about that much. Put a granite tile under the farm itself and cool the granite tile. Or as I do it, have 1 tile of liquid under the farm tile. Oh, I've seen those designs. They're quite nice, says the ones with a layer of liquid. We could, in fact, do... Oh, I think we're just going to send Steve out like this. To be honest. Right then, Steve. Let's set you up to actually get in the rocket. Change crew. No Abe. No Okayim or Nora. Steve. Steve, you are the crew of this rocket. We will let you out. And then we will... Can we... hang on. Have I powered this rocket? No. No, I haven't. Well, that's unhelpful. Right, well, this seems fine. We have some steam in here. It'll work fine. In my opinion, piloting doesn't make much of a difference. I usually forget about my rockets in orbit for cycles anyway. Once you implement that, then you adjust the tiny epsilon... I mean, hang on. I missed something. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, that's fine. That is okay. I now at least understand what that conversation is about. Got any errands for this? I bet we have. No? Oh, that's because there's a bottle in it. How are you going? Nearly full. I assume Steve is now out and about, moving at a glacial rate. Any room for an Amy? I'm sure we can find some room for an Amy somewhere. I don't think I have enough food to forget about it for too long. What am I looking for? I'm looking at who we've got. You could have... you could have Steve, who we're about to send into space. You can have Catalina, who's going to be a builder. You can have Abe, who is a digger. Or you could have Nisbet, who we've stranded on the other planet by herself. She came out of this tank. Your choice. Off. Open. Spill water everywhere, that's fine. I mean, I suppose once I take the rocket off, then this will all go anyway, won't it? Right. Nisbet. Alright then. Cat. Already kind of has my name. Excellent. Right then, let's change your destination. We want to go and look at some stuff. This can go... what's the range on the space thing? The space telescope? It's like 3, right? So if I went here, I'd be able to see both of these things. Am I correct? I can see it. Is that right? Space telescope has a 3 range. We could also go like 4. Go there. That would see both of these. 3. That one doesn't see those. Small telescope is 3. It is not possible to put a large one in a rocket. I mean, that could be quite fun. But I don't think it's what we're going to do right now. I think I can only look at some of them. Right. You there. Acknowledge warnings. And begin launch sequence. And hopefully, at some point, Steve will get in the rocket. Oh, there he is. I see you, Steve. Well, amazingly, you're not actually that slow. What's your athletics like? 9? Oh, it's actually 15. I have bad news, though. No, I suppose you can take that suit. It's fine. We don't need it. Steve, take off your suit. There you go. Steve is, of course, going to be mad about having popped eardrums the whole time, but, sucks to be Steve, essentially. Oh, I forgot to give you a hat, Steve. Very sorry. Right, we need to name Nisbet. Where are you, Nisbet? What are you doing? Come here. Come here. There you go. Amy. I'll try not to forget about you all the time, Amy. I mean, you do have an important job to do, because you are, in fact, responsible for keeping the power going to cool our water to feed our plants. So, you know, there's actually an important job here. I might have to actually provide you with some oxygen now I've named this dupe. Unfortunate. Well, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Oh. Started over on my quest to natural gas geysers. The logistics are insane, though, for a large telescope and a rocket. I'm not surprised. The ATNs don't require power. The thing that requires power... This is tidying, right? You need to do this, Amy. Let's put you up on some tidying so you get it done in the morning. The shutoff requires power so that we can make it cool enough. Because we're running it round and round the AETN to get it to a low enough temperature. And it is the shutoff that requires power. Oh. Too late. Well, I mean, I suppose it's not your fault, but I'm gonna blame you for it anyway. There we go, we'll put it to that. Will that mean you restock it? Let's watch you and see whether you put the dirt in it. Marking her territory. Yes, you do that automatically? That's fine then. Alright, cool. That is alright. Amy, why? Oh, narcoleptic. That is why Amy has gone to sleep on the floor. Narcoleptic nap. That's fine. Did you... Yes, you did all empty once the rocket took off. That's what I wanted to see. Speaking of the rocket, Steve, you doing any work? Not yet? Oh, we've probably not got anywhere where work is necessary yet, is it? Oh, hang on. Let's unground you. I like the way that this table is restricted, but none of the others are. You're not restricted. I mean, you're disabled, so alright. I find that a bit weird. I can do that. I also find it a bit weird when I accidentally zoom in and out on the rocket. That always confuses me as well. At least you didn't get a farter indeed. Farming, researching and tidying. I still don't want any of you. I mean, we do kind of... No, we want a better tidier than any of these if we're going to take a tidier, to be fair. I wouldn't mind a tidier, but it needs to be better than these ones. Excellent work, Dupes. Right, how are we doing? I put some steel through, didn't I? Did I not put any steel through here? Oh, maybe I just talked about it and never did it. I suppose it's possible. Okay. Let's deconstruct that and we'll go down here. Bees, I'm afraid we're going to put you to sleep for a second because I want to break in there and get the ethanol from in there. And the carbon dioxide is going to go in and put the bees to sleep, unfortunately for them. But only briefly. And then we'll seal it up again and we can stop doing that to you. Let's put the priority on this up a little bit so that they clear the ethanol nice and quickly for the bees. Yeah, we've opened 2 frozen pods and not got anyone too terrible. I can't remember who the other person is. Oh, Steve. Right, hang on. I don't think Steve was the other person. We'll have to have a check. Somebody else should come out of it. Steve. We need Steve to be able to eat muckroot, hexlin fruit, and nutrient bars. Because that's the food we've got in the rocket. There you go, Steve. Harsh. What is wrong, Kasutkin, with your eyes? Is it that I've put the bees to sleep? Are you upset about this? Abe is apparently on it. What are you lot doing down here? Oh, picking up liquid fireballs because you're thrilled about it. I know. We might turn this off again. So they stop running in there just to pick up some carbon dioxide. There's ethanol and salt water in your water storage. Is this intentional? In here, yes, absolutely. The ethanol and salt water underneath this are allowing these vents to stay open, allowing this to be infinite water storage. So yes, that is absolutely intentional. Oh, this is brine. Alright then, well we don't care about that. Let's build this knot out of this though. Let's build it out of like granite or something. And then we can stop putting the bees to sleep. Excellent. So this should now have no pending deliveries again. Yes. How much we got though? Not very much is the answer. We've got like just over 1.5 tons, which is not going to be enough to fill a cooling loop. So, it might be time to make another ethanol distillery for a minute. Can we please sweep this one? Just that one, so we can seal this up. I'd really appreciate it. I know the tech, but I've never seen a double vent with different liquids. Because we only had the big pumps, I sort of needed to do... Well... Yeah, I needed to have... Well, I guess I didn't need to have 2 liquids. But we thought we might as well have 2 vents, just in case we wanted to put extra stuff in there. So, for that reason, we also added 2 different liquids, so that we could do it. Right. How many pips do you reckon are going to climb back here? Before we seal it up? 7. I mean, it's possible. It's definitely possible. Oh, look. Laura's coming to build it. Oh, Pip, did you get out? My lord. Oh no. Don't go away, Nora. You're giving them another chance to escape through the thing. Look, they wish to escape through the thing. Abe, no. Of course you did, you little what-names. Run, Forrest, run. I'm gonna let them out up here. No, I don't want to let them out up there, actually. Because I do want them to do this bit. Right, we're gonna have to let you down here. Because now... I still don't know whether I actually want there. Let's deconstruct this. Oh, I didn't load the natural tiles mod. I wanted to use the natural tiles mod so we could dig out this aluminium ore and replace it with other natural tiles. But I guess not. This is aluminium though. Come on, Pips, out of there. You tiny what-names. I like the way that they won't plant something if there's like a ladder piece there, but they don't pay any attention to we intend to build a wall here. Oh no, you're building a ladder I can't possibly plant. But never mind about the wall that you intend to build. Come on, Pip, get out of there. Amelia. Amelia. Do I have anywhere to put pips currently? What if I make sure that none of these can have pips? I've deleted the one over here anyway. And we'll just wrangle all of these pips. And that will be our solution. Get wrangled. And you. I'm afraid bondage is the only solution. The grass is always greener on the other side of the... I think it's called Buildable Natural Tiles. I don't have a link to it because I have not, in fact, installed it. But I have used it before. RKM, come and don't wrangle them in there. Well, I mean, I suppose it's alright. We can get you to drop them off. I mean, the problem with that is that... Can you drop it off here? Here. Drop it off here at like a 9. Hang on, Neo. You might need to move away from that for a second. Come on. Wait. I see you, Neo. Out of there. Let's see if someone's picked up the moving... Leofar is coming. Also, apparently, Abe. Abe? What are you coming to do? No, don't move that one. Oh, of course, they can't get to this one. God damn it to all hell. We'll move them back again. Yes, it is called a buildable natural tile. What was the quote, Annabelle? I might be able to add it. Damn it, Dupes. I mean, that's pretty much all the time. That is a pretty standard state of affairs, I would say. You seed arbor acorn. I'm afraid bondage is the only solution. Oh, hang on. Let me see. Oh, I did it. Hello, Streamlabs. I thought you might have gone back to sleep for no reason, but apparently not. Right, you. Pips. Let's wrangle you again, because now we want to put you in the one that's going to be useful. I think, looking at the pip planter, yes. The other thing we need to do is, it's time for these to go, I'm afraid. We'll also wrangle you, Cuddle Pip, so that you don't immediately replant them. We'll put you up here with the other pips. Why not? But we've got quite a lot of reed fibre now, so we can afford to sacrifice this little bit to actually being able to plant some stuff. Right. We do, however, need to be doing this. Cheers. Off you go, Pip. Why is there only one arbor acorn there? We had more than one. Oh, there's one still in the bin. Oh, I see. That's fine. They can all be on the floor now. I wish I knew how to play this game. I mean, I wouldn't worry. You just sort of have to muddle along, and eventually some of it makes sense. Look at how often I'm like, how does this work? I don't understand what's going on here. And that should give you a clue about, like, it's pretty, yeah, you see their temperature is going up now. I think we should probably put a tiny bit of water along here to help with temperature transfer, but we'll see. We actually need to get this going before we can sensibly complain about that. do you have enough capacity on you? Oh, you do not. No, and you're not going to have, because this is only 950. Or 900? 960. Well, that's a random amount. Well... I sort of could link it to that line. There is the moderate possibility that everything will break if I link it to that line. We need to move some transformers anyway. Right. See you, Nematrek. Have a good one. Thank you for stopping in. I hope to see you again soon. Right, next thing's next. Alright, one of the next things is that we are going to fill this up with water? No? No, you don't want to fill up with water? Why? What if I were to sever those? Also. Oh, we haven't built the stuff for this side. So we need to get that going. Yeah, you see, I thought that might work. Weirdos. There's no particularly good reason why that worked, but... Pipes get confused. Is essentially the reason. Okay. We need to make some piping for this one. This is going to be the one that cools the industrial zone. So probably you're just going to wind up going straight down there. That's going to be fine. Once you're built, you're probably going to come from up here anyway. I mean, getting you through here is going to be a logistical nightmare, but we will... Oh, actually, I can sort of see how we could get you through here already, so it'll be fine. And then we need power cables. In copper? Probably. Right. Yes. I mean, I don't care where we're going to send you from, but this is the best place to put the power cables so that we can start to fill this up. How are you doing? You've made all that steel. How is the heat inside of you? Seems okay. Let's have you make another little batch of steel then. 750, 1200, right. Can we get you to make... I wonder if 8 in a row might make it break, but we'll have to try. We will try. Now then, let's have a look at this power line. Oh. Well, actually, got a bit more built of it than I entirely expected. So we sort of need this bit. This... Like, we can sacrifice it at least for a while until I work out how to do it differently. You was unreachable food, Archaim? Oh, you're just in the bathroom. I wish you wouldn't tell me they have unreachable food because they're in the bathroom. Like, that's not the same thing. Right, we'll have to figure out a way to repower this, but it's not the most important thing to have powered, so we can deconstruct these bits. What does the overlay next to the pip do? The feet. J Bosi, this is for a mod made by a Squared Pi, which is it's a traffic visualizer. It allows you to see where your dupes are going, which bits are high traffic, sort of very bright green down to red for incredibly high trafficked areas, And it gives you a sense of whereabouts your dupes are doing work. So you can look at places where you might want maybe plastic ladders or stuff like that, or some other way of making them move a bit faster. For a bit of optimization. It's only really an overlay mod. I keep it on because occasionally it's useful and it's interesting to know. Also, welcome in. My puppy has unreachable food because I put it in the fridge when he wouldn't eat. I'll try to give him again later if he's hungry. I mean, to be fair though, thank you very much for the follow, JBarcy. I hope that you are having a lovely day. To be fair to your puppy, his food is unreachable. You can't dig. I'm not having somebody who can't dig. That's not on. We might take the pip eggs though. Pips are vaguely worthwhile. Get planting pips. We might put them in this bin. Let's put some pip eggs over here when you've got a minute. Dupes. Oh, look, we found a thing. Steve, you found a thing. Now you're still doing this stuff. Alright. You have found frozen planetoid sub-zero temperatures, many iron volcanoes. Isn't this the one with the temporal tear opener on it? Isn't it the frozen planet that has the temporal tear opener on it? Good job, Steve. He deserves a promotion. Well, he'll be allowed to learn new things again when he comes home. Now, you're in... Why do you think you have unpermitted food? Ooh. I see. Because our, let's make some gristleberries. Because our food is largely a lie, because it's mostly meat. That is the problem that we're having here. Which the dupes aren't allowed to eat, because they're vegetarian. But it looks like we've got quite a bit of mealwood coming through. There's also a bunch of meal lice over here that could be in the grill. What is the priority on this? Let's turn the grill up a bit. Even if they don't put it in the freezer, at the very least they could put it on the grill. Did we put the eggs in here? We have not put the eggs in here yet. Okay, that's fine. You can do that when you've got time. That's less important. Right. Do you want to plant something there, Pips? Do I want a pip ranch? I mean, this one doesn't have to be a pip ranch, you know. We could just cancel these and allow this one to grow in the appropriate fashion, which would mean we'd put a thing there so that it could grow. Let's prevent you growing any branches for now. You actually just can grow these branches, that's not a problem because you're going to have them. There we go. Okay, stuff is coming along. We're still doing a little bit of steel. We've managed not to boil anything just yet. No research focus selected. We should do some research. Bioengineering? I mean, potentially. Advanced sanitation? Probably not. I don't really want any of these things, to be honest. Or at least not very much. Do any of you lead to anything? I have never done the GMO AOK thing, so maybe we'll try and do the botanical analyzer. The dirt tiles mod is awesome. I was missing some tiles in my base to make an H reserve, because that's the map spawned, and now I've got them. I do like it. Put the toilets in the dining room, that'll fix everything. Hello, Shinsinto. That is a good call. Alright, well done, Pips. Right, now that you've planted there, you're not going to do that, so that's fine. So we can do this and get you to plant here. Thank you, Pips. I reckon we don't need that one either, do we? Let's check. If I cancel this, the game crashes? Oh no, it just lags out for a while. Yeah, no, the pips can't plant there. That's alright then. Enabled mod, built tiles, disabled mod. Absolutely. I think I probably will enable it at some point to, I mean, now we've built on this. I meant to do it before we built on this level, so that I could get this aluminium back. But we could still get this aluminium back, which is like a reasonable amount, considering how we don't have any. Frankly. Have we not got any more? I thought we had 6. Didn't we have 6 pips? Maybe not. Alright then. Well, that's fine. Let's set this one up for arbor acorns again, in case these trees give us any. How old are you, Pip? Oh, you're young. So we will continue to have a Pip up here who can be in charge of rummaging through these trees. And then we've got these here to rummage through those trees. Excellent. All good. You have finished that. Let's have a look at the temperatures of things in you. I sort of wish there was a way to empty it. You know? I sort of wish you could convince it to evacuate all its coolant before it starts another round. But, maybe not. Right. We still need to make a lot of steel, I'm afraid. I need to make a whole other aquatuner. We have enough iron? We don't have enough carbon by the looks of it. And we have enough lime, so we'll probably need to use a kiln at some point, but that's fine. Speaking of mods, I'm trying out that BioInk mod that was suggested yesterday. I like it a lot. It gives you some control over what you print while still keeping some randomness. And it gives an extra use to the crafting station too. That is pretty cool. Okay. Alright, so we'll see how that goes. Hopefully we can get that done. Oh, we got another seed though. Though they did plant them up here. Which is the bit that's not growing. But you know. Worse things have happened. Right. Again, we probably don't actually want to mop this. Because we'd probably sort of like... Cancel all. There to be a little bit of water here for temperature transfer. Oh, you can't get in the other bit because they're deliberately separated. Dupe. I need a dupe. Preferably one that has recently got up. Idle. Oh, it's you, Amy. That's okay. You're allowed to be idle. I was more concerned that it might be Steve. Steve is sleeping. Does that mean that Steve is idle? Oh, this was a destroyed satellite. How many tiles have you got left? 6. So, you go out to there. You can look at this one. If you go there... No, we can't look at both of them. We can only look at that one. This one is always going to be too far away, aggravatingly. In somewhere we can move in a tile. So let's move one further out. You can look at this. Is that... Probably. Maybe move actually up there. That might give us a bigger range of things that we haven't seen. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, alright. So, I would like to change your destination to there for when you get up. That'll be fine. The way you do it is that you have to heat the phosphorite up to turn it into phosphorus and then cool it in, because it turns into phosphorus gas. And then you melt your phosphorite into phosphorus gas, and then you can cool it to phosphorus. That is the idea, as I understand it. Oh, no, look, I don't have to do it, because one of Emily's brilliant ideas is actually gonna work for us here. We can just use the hauling mod. Right, how much have you got on this? Are you gonna be drowned? Do we have any sleet wheat? No. Okay. Right, Amy, we need you to do us a favour over here. Can you get to any sleet wheat? Don't know if you actually can get to any. Oh, these ones have gone off. That's moderately annoying. There's a bunch here that we can get you to build a ladder to, like, there. I mean, we either destroy the Weeze Wall or we destroy this, don't we? So I reckon we just destroy this, and then we just dig that out. I mean, I would say that the process probably isn't super hard. When I was thinking about doing it, the problem I had is trying to think about a sort of ordered machine that would do it, if you see what I mean. Because essentially you're using exactly the same... Oh, don't do that. I'm sorry I set these up now. That's fine. You can bring them when you want. What I do want you to do is I want you to make sure that once you get that down... where are you? Cooking ingredient? Yes. Sleet wheat grains are immediately sent over to the other side. And then on the other side here... I wanted to check this, which definitely has sleet wheat in it. Which will hopefully result in them doing that quickly enough. Alright, a hauling mod. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So let's say 1100 kilos of salt water. This is salt, right? Yeah, it is. Should do fine. Liquid. Of course, I have just... Oh, I've got... I can enable auto bottle, because we have this. And then... 1100 kilos. Thank you. Cool. It's 243 for the initial phosphorite to phosphorus conversion, but then it handles nicely between liquid and solid at 45-ish for creating tiles easily in heat-sensitive environments. Yes, that was sort of what I understood about it. And speaking of that thing, let's cancel you and you. And we'll also do a transfer medium for up here. We probably have to use salt water again, because it's the stuff that I have that's actually available. So, come here, mod. Do. Right. You. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Am I right in thinking that someone created a counting mod? I thought I'd seen one. Someone had made a mod that literally just does what I did there and counts up the tiles for you without you having to use the cancel or whatever. How long is this? 19. That's fine. And then copy that onto there. Cool. Hopefully this will not be too much liquid. We'll have to check. Amy, how are you doing with getting these down? You haven't bothered? You do have hard digging, so you definitely can do this. And you appear to be sort of on it. No, looks like dinner time. Oh well, maybe one day. I can't get that temperature at my stage of the game. I'm playing in vanilla at cycle 37. The uncontrolled way to do it, that you probably could kind of do even at your stage of the game, but it's a bit uncontrolled, is you just run stuff through a metal refinery until it gets to that temperature. Ah. I think I've emptied my infinite water storage. No, that can't be right. Oh no, I haven't got any power. Are you telling me that demolishing all of that didn't allow... Oh, it's because... Yeah, no. I know what it is. Hang on. It's because of this. Alright. Oh, you're trying to get the sustainable achievement. Oh, yeah. More dupes. I mean, that's one of the answers to that. Just get more dupes. There you go. Deconstruct all of those. Excellent. This is done. Alright then. That means that we can link this all up. And we've got a slightly more useful power spine, though we do have a slight issue over here. Is there a mod that teaches dupes to build the wall from the side that won't trap them? Not that I have ever found, is what I would say to that. I mean, that's fine. You can all pour into here, it won't do any harm. I wonder if that means they're going to consider there to be too much salt water here. Amy, how are you getting on over there? Have you done this? You have done it. And they don't appear to be on the ground. Have you put them in here? No, you have not, which means you have sent them over here. So they'll be in our pile of all the stuff, probably. So what I would like you to do is I would like you to... Why can't we plant it? Where have they gone? Alright, game. I will buy it. They're not in here. There's only me in here. If they were on the floor down there, we'd be able to plant sleepweed. Oh, that's where they are. They're in somebody's hands. That's what it is. Now they're going to be in here. Can I at least tell them I'd like to plant sleepweed? I can. Amazing. Good. Right. Printables. I usually create a few tons when there's a heat opportunity, and once converted you can store it and have enough for all the natural trials you will need in your playthrough. That is an interesting point, Emily. I've got a smarter dupes mod that I've noticed much few instances of trapped dupes. Rascal needs to go outside. Yes. Do not go outside if it's not safe. That would seem bad. Though also not great for Rascal. Do you have emergency facilities? Oh, hello. We appear to be pouring salt water everywhere. Well, I mean, I don't really care that much. I mean, I'm quite happy for it to do this. Frankly. Right. Hello. I'm gonna do a thing, which is I'm gonna put this right up again. And we are, for a minute, gonna put sleep wheat grains in it so that we can plant them. You'll thank me in the end. We've got 91 sleep wheat grains. Should we build another row of them? I mean, do we need another row of them? I think the answer was no. But, I mean, you can use them for other things. Farm plot inoperable. Body temperature, fertilization, irrigation. Right, so you don't think you're drowning, which was my actual interest in this. I'm pleased that you don't think you're drowning. I will fix the other things for you in due course. This is still fairly entertaining up here, I'd like to note. There appears to be salt water largely everywhere, but that's fine. It's not a big deal. We can have that. Yeah? Yes, no, that's fine. Your farm plot is indeed inoperable, because I've literally never plugged it into the water. Where is that getting power from? Oh, yes, right, they've built this. It's connected. Amazing. Okay. So, I would like you to deconstruct all of these power wires, because we don't need them, and reclaiming the power will be awesome. We're probably going to run this down here, to be fair. I don't know whether we'll keep this as is, but we can see about that in a minute. All right. I don't think I'm going to plant more sleep wheat at the minute, so I am going to forbid, and we'll put this back down to a 5 kilo. And that should mean that they move the sleep wheat back into here. Excellent. Very well done, Dupes. That was handled surprisingly alacritiously. So a quick look at the star map. Idle. That's you, isn't it, Steve? What have you found over there? A teapot. I mean, that's not very helpful. You might as well come home, because you haven't got any more fuel. Nora is idle. It seems unlikely. It seems like there's plenty of stuff to be doing. Alright then. Right, we still haven't created quite enough steel, but you don't have enough refined carbon. This, I'm gonna remake it. Out of copper. I need some biscuits for his cup of tea. Biscuits, that would be nice. I do still have some Korean biscuits. They are slightly strange. And very sweet for my tastes, I have to say. Yeah, you see, these aren't flooded either. This is going to be fine. Right, you there. We need to get you some water as well. Probably going to run it this way, I would say. Essentially break it off in a separate place. Lovely. I would like to make some more refined carbon. How full is this? Reasonably? Oh, now we have actually used up our water supply. I wondered if we might be able to do that. Interesting. I feel sorry for any dupe mopping up 100 grams of liquid at a time, because of the way liquids work. I mean, it's fair. Something that we're going to do here is we're going to disconnect this, and we are going to connect you to this here. If I run this across here, we do have enough igneous rock for now? Fine, I'm going to get rid of it again in a second, so that's alright. And then we can run it off the other one, because we don't care if this water's hot. There we go. So the problem with the water production for this is the amount of time it's taking to cool it. Well, and the fact that we just siphoned kilos of it out. So we will have to keep an eye on that when we actually start growing crops, whether we can keep up with demand in terms of how long it is taking to actually cool this water down. If we can't, a thing we could do is actually reuse this one and just build a similar setup here, and like branch this off. I will have a stretch, Missiles Nation. Welcome in. It's lovely to see you. I hope you are well. There we go. So, yes. That might be something that we look to do. We look to just rebuild this setup, essentially here. Branch this off. So rather than it going through both, which was what I originally planned, we would have it where it branches like here, say, and then goes through them both separately and feeds in. So, yes, what is broken? An atmosuit dock? What? Why is my atmosuit dock broken? Why is there hydrogen in my pump? What is going on here? Oh, nuts. Does that mean there's hydrogen in my oxygen again? No, it doesn't look like it. Is there oxygen in my hydrogen? Let me look at the gas overlay. Doesn't look like it. Oh. Yeah, that wasn't very smart, was it? Alright, game. You are correct. I did this incorrectly. I mean, we'll use aluminium because that's what we've been using here. We do, in fact, need to power the pump, or things don't work. Got work in about an hour, prepping for your stream. How are things? Things are going well, thank you. The AETN is much more effective when sitting in hydrogen, if you have the opportunity. It might be moderately complicated for Amy to build, but we probably do have the opportunity with a little bit of work. Right. This is going to be a pain. Right, I wish to... Come here, you lot. None of these. I don't want to see any of this going essentially anywhere. We're going to break some stuff and we'll fix it. But all of this needs to go before we get hydrogen in any of this. Or oxygen in the... whichever is not the appropriate gas, alright? Dupes, don't be giving me the inappropriate gas. That's the answer here. If necessary, we can feed more hydrogen into our generators, so that will work that out for us. That is not a problem we have to consider. Well, it's a problem we have to consider, but it's also a problem that we can fix fairly straightforwardly. Alright, we're getting a little bit of hydrogen coming down here. Oh, nearly stabilizing. What's going on? Right, we're lacking a bit of power, which isn't super. Especially since it actually powers that as well. How much load is on this line currently? Right, hang on. We need to think about this. What do you power? That doesn't do anything. This we can turn off. That we can't turn off, but that's fine. This we can turn off. And do you power anything else? This stuff over here. Most of these sweepers aren't running though, so it should be fine. Alright, look here, Dupes. I need you to do me a favour. Sever that, and you go to 0. Let's not run you. And we're going to do a thing. What are we redlining it with? What do you mean the potential load is 4 kilowatts? It's drawing 4 kilowatts. Right, we've severed that. Somewhere we are drawing too much power. But only intermittently, not all the time. It's got to be that, isn't it? Right, let's sever this for a second. Dupes, I'm not sure I want you running on the wheels there, but I guess it's alright. Okay, that is an excellent place for you to overload, because I can fix that one. So if you'd like to overload there, I am more than happy. And how are we getting on with the gases in here? And in the pipes? Well, it actually looks fixed. Yeah, looks fixed. Cool, alright. So we can once again sever this. Cheers. Thanks. You can reconnect that. And this. It's connected to your smaller greater your water reservoir. Got it. Yeah, cool. Alright. Do I need to disconnect that and reconnect it? I mean, we probably could do once the water is backed up again like it is. We'll probably have enough time. Let's, before we do that, reinstate our bridges that we need to go to our overflows and other such things. I was going to do a thing here, wasn't I? Because actually I wanted to prioritize going to the anti-entropy thermonullifier as a second, because that's where this line goes. It goes over to the anti-entropy thermonullifiers, rather than prioritize going into infinite storage. Excellent. That appears to be working as intended. Good. Alright. I'm happy with that. Now, we need to fix this. So one of the mods I really like is the default building settings. And I kind of really like it partly because it makes the dupes not fix stuff. One of the settings that you can control, and that I particularly like to control, is whether auto repair is on or not. So you probably know that when you play this game, your resources can be reclaimed infinitely. Anything that you demolish, you will get exactly the resources back that you put in. The only time that that isn't necessarily true is when they fix stuff. They use resources to fix stuff, and you do not get those back. So, like, auto repair is the most terrible thing. So the mod that allows me to just have it off by default, I think is excellent, because it saves me all the time of going endlessly round and turning it off places, mostly. which is otherwise what I wind up doing. Right then. Having fixed that, we can actually go back to making this bit of steel that we need. Yes, one more bit of steel for that. And that will be fixed. Right, we were doing water here. I never connected this pipe. It's not going to result in water pouring in here. Oh, wow. So awkward. So deeply awkward. But we're sort of getting there. Look, we're even growing some bristleberries. They're going to get too hot reasonably soon, but we're also reasonably close to being able to set this up. No, oh, you smashed again. Did you at least make the steel? You did. Excellent. Well, then I can put up with you smashing, frankly. Because it also means things like when your pipes smash, they actually smash. Rather than the dupes coming along. I'm horrified by that realization. The realization about repairs at Arisia, because it horrifies me. Wind is making me a liar. I look outside and see the wind is let up and tell Rascal that, and then the wind hits hard again. Luckily, Rascal can't understand me. Yeah. Oh, poor Rascal. It must be very confusing to be a dog in a massive storm like that. Of how many resources I've wasted. Yeah. It's a trap. Repairing is a trap. An evil, evil trap. Oh, I built all of these. I think we can actually seal the sides of this now. I don't think I need dupes in here. We can definitely build it a little bit higher anyway. Let's look at the overlays. We have some power wires that stick out, which we will need. We have sorted out the piping that we need inside. We'll obviously need to build some bits around the edges, but around the edges is not a thing. We don't have any gas in it. It has the automation. I've actually built the liquid valve. That's one thing that I sometimes forget. Oh, I see what we... Yeah, nuts. Yeah, I see the thing. There's always something. And on this occasion, it is that we've left a bottle emptier in there. So if we could not leave a bottle emptier in there, I would appreciate it. Yeah, this smashed again. That's fine. The reason that I sort of encountered it most regularly is in vanilla, when you were setting up your space stuff. If you set up big... yeah, that's fine. Big meteor defense systems, then you would often have auto sweepers there that, until you could be bothered to run an enormous cooling loop, would overheat. No, actually, until you had thermium, they would overheat because you couldn't sensibly cool them. But once they had thermium, once you had thermium, they didn't overheat. And if you just let them overheat and had auto repair on, the dupes would slowly feed all of your steel into these auto sweepers. And that was the thing that convinced me that I didn't want that to happen, and that I would like a mod that made that not happen. And save me having to go around, because obviously you can turn them off anyway. If you don't have the mod, obviously there's a thing here. So you can turn them on and off anyway. But what I would have to do is go along my entire space line, and that would be the space line in a vanilla map, so it would be pretty massive. Turning off the the auto repair on each auto sweeper, which yeah, after doing that a few times, mods became the solution. We have something in the pod. What do we have in the pod? I swear to God, 2 nights ago it offered me a farming rancher, and ever since it's just completely refused. We'll take a pinch of pepper seed, why not? But yeah, that's probably on the list of random things that you might not know about ONI. Okay, what's going on here? I don't actually want to fill that up. Can we sever that? Oh, I see, because like you're still powered from this tiny wheel up here. I remember. I was like, why haven't you got power? And this is why. Because Amelia needs to run on this wheel for that to work. So you've managed to produce 1 extra acorn by the look of it since we were here last, so very well done with that. There's also 1 in here. Let me spill that on the floor for you for a second, Pips. Excellent work. Very well done. There we go. Yeah, we'll put that back on in case it's this Pip that finds one at the top. There we go. Cheers. Alright then, how are you doing? I see you finally managed to move that little bit of chlorine that was hogging the bottom of this. What is next? We probably don't need these here anymore, considering that this is now our main power wire. Not that we necessarily have enough power on it, because we still only really have this on it, which is sort of disappointing. But such is life. Right, let us connect it to these steam turbines. That would be a handy thing for it to be connected to. So at least we can put more power on it. I mean, I am then going to have to connect up at least one of these aquatuners, which... Oops. And speaking of other things we need to do, we need to provide some water for these here sleet wheats. I see we currently have a total of 0 igneous rock. That's nice. We have got some stuff that we can demolish that's built out of it, though. Like, there's a whole ladder here that's randomly built out of it. I'm also not entirely sure we desperately need that ladder. I suppose we'll keep it for now. How are you getting on? Slowly. Coming along, but slowly. Right, we need to fit some airflow tiles to this so that we can seal up the sides and push out the gases. I'm thinking in a rocket concept, have a rocket with extra fuel tanks. It isn't practical, but it looks like an option. Does that work in Spaced Out? Just because I don't know. Not that I'm saying to you it doesn't. I'm just like, is that gonna work? Right. We will do some more trips with Steve, depending on how much food and oxygen he's got left. Oh, he's got plenty of food. How's your oxygen, Steve? We can just repressurize you, it's fine. It's not a big deal. Yeah. Now the pressure is lessened. It's quite a bit of this. Alright. Yeah, I sort of don't know. As I say, I haven't been terribly successful with my investigations into rockets. As of yet. So, there's plenty I don't know about them. Shall we build the plug socket? The problem with what I wanted to do, which is to make a straight floor, but you know, never mind about that. Putting a whole bunch of transformers here and just running stuff off them is that we don't really have the metal. That's kind of the problem. Might have to be a slightly longer term goal, maybe? Where we do it after we have generated some of this stuff, so that we can generate some berry sludge, so that we can go here with a bunch of people and tame a whole bunch of volcanoes for metal. The idea is a basic rocket with a tank. You land and refill the main engine with the container content. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't work, Sukin. And weight doesn't really matter in Spaced Out. It's only really height. So, yeah, I don't see any reason why it wouldn't work. I'd still like to know why there are so many dense puffs. I mean, like, look at the atmosphere here. It's manky. Anyway. Not an important question, but one that I have been considering. What's this at? Yeah, we're getting there. This water tank is not short of water, as you see. Our cool one might be slightly short of water, but our hot one is most certainly not short of water. How are we doing for feeding these? We're still doing fine. Cool. Alright. So the other thing I'd like to do is bring this across here. No, you're not going to be able to build this unless we get underneath. We could get underneath, to be fair. Yeah. Let's just get underneath. It'll be fine. We'll do that. In fact, there's only, what, 2 sections? Is there a way I could do that? I don't think they would maintain the lock. I mean, it doesn't really matter very much about the lock here. Let's just deconstruct that and we can get in and do it. Frankly. There you go, it does even maintain the lock. Just about. But it's not a huge issue. Cancel that. Lovely. Alright. You there. Next thing's next. We need you to also feed this. How are we going to do that? Maybe here. This actually gives the opportunity for us to bridge there and run in here. I like the noise. I do like the noise. There we go. Right, while you're in there, well, let's let you finish that off. And then I'm going to put a tile in there, actually, so we can push this salt water out as well. There's no real need for that, it just sort of annoys me. Frankly. Right, there was the questions of whether we wanted to make more ethanol because we certainly can't use clean water in this cooling loop, because we will need to get our sleet wheat down to -5. Is that 5 or is it -5? I assume it's actually up to 5. Add external modules make rockets less efficient. Sometimes sounds more practical to make infinite storage with a pump inside the rocket and refuel at landing. That is an option. Whatever. I suppose we might want those logic gates. Steve, are you back? Can we... Oh, are you still sleeping in here? God damn it, Steve. Grounded. No sleeping in here, Steve. Or eating this food. Cool. Okay. Use polluted water then. It can go up to -20 and has a better specific heat capacity. Yeah, we could do. It's going to be slightly annoying, but we could do. So the reason I didn't massively want to use polluted water is we don't actually have that much. Like, this is our only source. But we can do. Let's not bother. Granite. Granite, yes, that'll be fine. Where is the easiest place for us to build this to access that loop? Probably here. Bounce it into there and run it straight into that. Should work. It's as ever. It can grow at 5. It is 5 and not -5. I think one of the reasons that I wanted to make it less than 5 is because we are gonna... I mean, 1.5 is slightly tricky for regular water through an aquatuner. But I'm also gonna... The idea was to farm everything. I want this to be an everything farm. Now that's going to be tricky. But that means that this section has to grow largely, I think, all of the low temperature stuff. Let me look at the database. And I can check. I mean, that's fine. Plants. So, what else would we want to grow in there? No, that's fine. Has anyone ever grown hydrocactuses? Isn't it true that you can't ever get extra seeds for them? Aren't they one of those sorts of plants? No, you're fine. What's the other one? Is the only other one nosh sprout? And nosh sprout only grows below 25. It does appear that nosh sprout is the only other edible one that grows in the cold that I can see. So that was a reason to keep it colder. Just so that we could then extend into nosh sprout. Are those actually in the game? I thought hydrocactus were only in the journal and not in the actual game. I don't know. They're on the database. I'm not sure I've ever seen one though. But then I also haven't done a lot of space exploration. So I cannot be trusted as a reliable source on this matter. Frankly. Oh, yeah, this doesn't work unless we give it any power. We should actually have some free capacity on this line now. I mean, if by free capacity you mean no we don't, then yes. But the answer to that is largely no. No, we don't actually. That's fine. We'll just connect it to this. There's loads of stuff you can find in the database in sandbox mode that isn't actually in the game. Yes, my understanding though is that... let me check. I can check this and before I say anything. Let's look at elements. Yeah, I'm looking at ONIDB, and I'm pretty sure that ONIDB doesn't have the stuff that doesn't exist in the game. Because I'm looking at the element list, and I can't see the elements that don't exist. But exist in the dev versions or in the sandbox versions. But then I'm looking at propane. We don't have propane, do we? Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, no, I take it back. I can see them. I don't know why, but yes, ONIDB does have it all there. So maybe they are not hydrocactuses. Well, that would save me growing things. And answers the question of whether anyone has seen them. The answer is obviously, well, no. We have not. Because they don't really exist. I don't know whether I genuinely am going to want water in these. I think we might sever that. Because I don't know if I'm going to grow sleet wheat in them. And if I'm not going to grow sleet wheat in them, the thing I might wind up growing in them is nosh sprouts. For wealth, I like to leave some dirt inside the cold liquid and use some cold water. Wheat? Wheat, probably. Alright. Need to keep an eye on this. How are you doing? It's doing alright so far. Okay. How did you get redamaged? As a point of interest? Don't know. Seems to be working fine. How much hydrogen is at the top of our base? Literally none. That's good. Sleet wheat. Yeah. Fair enough. I thought that was what you were saying. I'll be fine. New printables again? I keep unpausing it. Suit wearing, ranching and tidying. Oh, you're flatulent. Alright then. Pipsqueaks it is. Hello, Pipsqueak. Let's wrangle you up and put you with some pips. Probably not this one. Let's copy you onto here and turn this one off. And we'll put you in this one. Oh, look. You've nearly finished. This is going excellently. I assume it's this cuddle pip up here that's finding all the seeds. Considering that none of these are grown enough for them to be producing seeds. So, well done, cuddle pip. Alright. We've got to the important moment. Time to move some airflow tiles around. Keep half an eye on this. Hi, Ohms. Was a drive-by supplying. I mean... Oh, do you know what I might not have ever put on in this playthrough? Which I definitely should. Let us enable proximity. Right, that's lovely. Oh no, it's the visual bug. Yay. It's alright, it'll fix on reload. Okay, so this is done. Please deconstruct that bridge. We have filled up our aquatuna box. And in the short term, we're going to take the, I always enable it, the bugs that causes dupes not to get the recreation has been fixed quite some time ago. I don't think I even knew that that bug existed, to be honest. The only reason I have not enabled it is because I forgot about it, frankly. Otherwise, I most certainly would have enabled it. But yes, forgot. I mean, I'm not going to turn that one on for now, so we can have it do this in the short term. Do we have enough? Yeah, it looks like just about. This might be a problem with building the bridge, though. No, it looks like we might have enough for that, too. We'll need a couple of ladder pieces to ensure they can reach all the stuff, though. And as I say, this is our first aquatuna that we care about. If we can get bristle blossoms going, that'll be good. We need to do some work down here anyway. We need to, like, hoover this out and put a better atmosphere in, and cap this off so that we're not also trying to cool all of this space. This space will wait until we actually need it. Right then. We can actually just go above 30 and it'll be fine. Let's see, the light is creating too much heat. The light is creating way too much heat. Is what I'd say. Maybe we need it. We can go to 20, to be fair. I don't think we've actually got enough power to run an aquatuna all the time, by the way. I think we're going to run into a slight issue where we actually just don't have enough power to do this. Lovely. Can we deconstruct that bridge? Or we could also deconstruct the pump. Just deconstruct something. Cheers. A co-worker who's a few years older than me likes to say, it fills me with great joy when I see younger people forget stuff, as it makes me feel a notch better about me forgetting stuff. I mean, I think that's reasonable. I think the unfortunate part of that story is that I'm kind of at an age now where I need to worry about whether the forgetting stuff is beginning to become what's the word? Old age related. But I don't think it is. I think the vast majority of my forgetting is related to the fact that I'm trying to play a game and chat to you lot all at the same time, whilst also planning what I'm going to do next in the game. So I think I've got some fairly straightforward reasons for the reason I forget stuff. He says this makes him have a better view on himself. I am glad that such a simple thing can make him feel better. What are we going to do with this? Ah, yes, we're slowly going to send it down there. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to turn off this. And then, a thing we might do is we might try and follow Emily's suggestion that if we encase this in hydrogen, it will work better. Because, like, we can probably just build a box around it. And we'd have to build a box up to there. But we could probably just build a box around it. And, I mean, we have plenty of hydrogen. on view to make that happen. So I think job number 1 is we're going to need you to sweep out all this stuff. We don't have anywhere to put water. Oh. I mean, that just looks terrible. You're like, my god, are you okay? But of course, yes. Amy is in fact okay. You're not doing the sweeping though. Why are you idle? Amy? I mean, I'm not quite sure where it thinks you can sweep that igneous rock to be fair. So, let's get you to build some storage bins. And you can put that stuff in there. 2, 3. I was thinking we could pour the water down there, but actually, I'm not entirely sure we can. Safely. We could... we can set up a bottle emptier here and pull it in here, potentially. That would work. Let's get you one. You're right there, Hatch. Hydrogen has a better specific heat capacity than oxygen. You will get better bang for your buck. I was training someone recently who came from a unit that had lots of people on maternity leave. I told her, oh good, you just joined the unit that has most of us retiring in the next few years. Game trolls me with not giving me a farmer and a rancher. Oh no, I like specialised dupes, says, the only dupe who is just getting skilled into things... How did that get set to a 4? What did I... Hey? Can I look at the priorities on here? Oh, mop commands. Would have been making mop commands be a 4. That's it. You're going to make a mess again now, aren't you, Amy? Nuts. No, says, I firmly believe that I should have the dupes that do the job. I mean, we should build it out of... Yes, to be fair. Can we deconstruct this one, and we're going to build it slightly closer so that we can save as much material as possible. Oh, well done, Amy. If you make a mess on the floor in the morning because you didn't finish doing that, I'll be mad about it. Alright. We'll leave Amy to sort out some of that stuff. And we can go back to this. How are you getting on? Aha! Aquatuna success. Look, our other bristle blossoms are starting to grow. That's quite exciting, eh? Now that we know about... Oh, you need the thing, don't you? Don't you need the manky thing to make berry sludge? Where are we going to put this? Why have I got a wheel and power in there? I mean, we don't need this wheel, so that can definitely be a microbe musher. How much power is on this line? I mean, the current load's pretty low. I think it's fine. Alright. Let's deconstruct that and that. For example, right now at Portal I get a dupe with 3 attributes. One of them is +3 agriculture and would get it, but is a plant murder, so that's a -3. I mean, I would potentially take that one if I really needed one, on the grounds that although they don't have good stats now, they will still get the morale benefit of doing the thing. So it will be worthwhile. That is my take on that one. Second is with +1 agriculture and also a plant murderer. It does seem slightly weird that they spawn with traits that are opposed to their interests. Ah, Steve. I mean, we're probably just going to send you into space again, to be honest. We've got plenty of stuff here. How are we doing for oxygen in here, by the way? Am I going to have to deconstruct this and repressurize it again? There's probably enough for one trip. I mean, that's famous last words, isn't it? What do you reckon, chat? Do we have enough oxygen? I mean, we are building up quite a bit of carbon dioxide now. We could actually... Yeah, no, that doesn't work, does it? Can I put a gas tank on it? Also, did I disconnect? Since apparently I'm being welcomed to my chat room again. But Streamlabs doesn't seem to have altered my uptime. So hopefully that's okay and you didn't lose me for no apparent reason. So, if I put a gas tank on, does that work? Is that how gas tanks work? I can never remember. Because this is cargo. Can you run them into your ship? You don't think you lost me? Excellent. Oh, I don't know. I never understand how these rockets work. Alright, let's work out about, no, it's still just about hot enough. Let's get it refueled to start with. Then we can worry about other problems. I'm happy about this. This is starting to work. So it's now time to focus on sleet wheat. And we're not going to have anywhere near enough to do this. But I'd like to do that. And so then I'd like to try and find some stashes of igneous that we are using for things that I don't need to use for them. I don't know where we're going to find those, to be honest, but that is my wish. Oh, we do... These guys are going to be getting cramped. Oh, we're going to have to dupe power this. Dupe power... Here you go, dupe power. Get on that. So that that can have actual power again. Next, problems next. Is this on? No. There we go. You can turn that back on. Frankly. Igneous. That's what I was having a vague conversation with myself about. I remember. And trying to find some. There's a couple of bits in here. We're literally just going to dig out everything until we find it. There we go. Printables. Who have we got? This is not the first time it's offered me lava eggs. And I must admit, I'm kind of tempted to take them, but I am pretty sure we cannot keep them alive. We don't have anywhere hot enough on this map to keep lava eggs alive, which is kind of a shame. because although they're not a great source of oil, they're a lot more source than we currently have. So, you know, I'd take it. You're a mouth breather. I don't want you. Alright, we're just going to reject them all, though. Unfortunately. I am sad to say. Alright, so you're coming along. Of course you did that. Why would you do anything else, you two? I'd like to point out who this is. Annabelle, Nora. Trapping yourselves once again. Unbelievable. Well, I mean, it's entirely believable. I certainly believe it. Indeed says. It's definitely getting quite a bit warmer over here. How are you doing, bees? It's still nice and cold in here. How about you? You're still pretty cold as well. Alright. I'm not sure we're going to be able to keep the bees cold enough indefinitely, but we're certainly happy to keep them cold for as long as we can. And producing us enriched uranium. Because, you know, 4 tons of enriched uranium isn't nothing. We're certainly not. We have been. That was why we had to do the whole thing where I disconnected everything. But, we're not sending in incorrect gases. As long as this is running, we're not sending in incorrect gases. The problem we have is when it stops, like it did, because I accidentally disconnected the pump. Which, you know, is a reason for it to stop, I would say. And I can't entirely complain about it. Really? We're going to be that much short. It's going to be pretty annoying. I'll have to find it somewhere. Here's some. There you go. Get digging. I can't believe how much I'm having to scrape just to get igneous rock. It is upsetting. Yes, excellent. Dupe power. Did we turn these off? Because, like, we definitely need to. Alright. No, we didn't turn these off, right? That's unacceptable. Turn those off. Because I, for sure, don't care about powering them now. And that will enable us to actually finish running on the wheel at any point, so that'll be nice. There is a reason for the madness. There's just about a reason for the madness. Right, are you feeling better now? You are. Tamed and groomed. Also able to be shorn. I'm gonna get loads more plastic now. I love the way that you, when you do Dracos, you go from, like, not enough plastic to, like, build a high-pressure vent to, just swimming in plastic. See you, Kisukin. Thank you for stopping in. I hope work goes well. Have a lovely rest of your day. Do I have any volcanoes? Not here. No. We have one volcano on the on one of our other planets, but it is worth noting that one volcano doesn't even produce enough igneous rock to feed a single hatch. No, not a single hatch. A ranch of hatches. A single ranch of hatches. So, like that. Everyone always says about using them for igneous rock production, but you just don't really get very much igneous rock out of them. Is sort of the problem. Right. Berry sludge. Good. We actually know about berry sludge now. Amazing. Will we want to do this forever? I mean, probably. You get enough for like 3 hatches or something? Yeah, something like that. I found a map with 16 volcanoes though, so I'm going to try a match hatch answer off that at some point. I mean, that's fair. 16 volcanoes changes things somewhat, I would say. Can you... Let's do a little bit of sweeping. Clear some of this mess up. There's loads of mess everywhere, people. People, there is mess. There's nowhere to put water. I mean, it'll go in the science machines at some point. What is broken? Oh, balls. Like, I literally have a whole way of making that not happen. And then I did it anyway, because I wasn't paying attention. Oh, well. Let's deconstruct that. I need to stop getting sidetracked and actually start runs with achievement goals. I mean, no. You don't have to. Do whatever you like. We don't all have to do achievements on everything. Or anything. I don't know why this is here, but, like, we don't really need it, so it can go away. Oh, speaking of things that we don't really need, I think it's time that I'm just going to live with the fact that this will drop all of this water, like, down there. I just want the igneous back, to be honest. Considering that we in no way need this liquid lock. Because, quite frankly, the liquid lock isn't going to do very much against the 75 tons per tile of water. So, yeah, we're not going to worry too much about that. Hello? I mean, really? Really? Water physics? Really? Is that actually a thing you're doing? I mean, apparently it is, but, I mean, I have questions. I have many and varied questions. Alright, water physics. You do you, mate. Ouch. I mean, I don't mind too much. I did know it would spill. I'm just a bit like, really? Look, it's killed one of my mealwoods. Because it flooded it. Outrageous behaviour. Oh well, it'll sort itself out in due course. This is what we were trying to do. Right. Now, I suppose I want to let them mop that up, to be honest. I won't distract them with more tasks. I'll let them actually mop this up. As much as they can. I think this might have broken my... Will this overpressurize? We might just deconstruct that. Hello, Torty Tog. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. We're causing a flood? I mean, it's not fantastically unusual. What is... Oh, really? There's a waterweed plant there? Oh, well, I probably shouldn't have mopped it. Too late. Cool. Alright then. How are we doing for water to feed these things? We're still doing okay. Are you in fact active still? No, you've gone dormant, right. In that case, we need to... Let's return to severing this, and then we can turn this back on. So that at least we can send water over to the other side. I had an infinite polluted water storage via an Escher pump, and I had an itch in my butt and opened it, and oh boy, had so much polluted water stored in there that I forgot. Yes. I would advise on the whole not opening your infinite storage systems. Rarely goes well, I would say. Right then. How you getting on, Pips? We haven't got one for there yet. Alright. I will accept it. Command understood. Don't itch, bud. It went up in size in seconds, like 30 tiles. Yes. Sounds about right. Look. Now next time I want to open this to get into the bees, we're going to flood them. Very annoying. Very annoying. That's what I've got to say to that. Please mop this. Alright, we seem to have done a good job with the mopping. Well done, Dupes. I would like you to sweep this up a bit quicker. Cheers. The rain let up and the wind died down a bit, so you could take a rascal out. Excellent. I am glad that we have been able to meet Rascal's needs. And that his food is now once again reachable. Yeah. Temporary lull isn't too bad. As long as it isn't a temporary lull as because you are in the eye of the storm. That might be a bit unfortunate. Oh, having so little metal is such a nightmare. Right, let's have a look at what is going on with Amy over here. Amy, how are you getting on? What are you doing? Oh, okay. I know what you're doing. Come here. You can put everything in that, but sweep only. There you go. And you can put sweep only, but like I guess everything in here. I don't really care what you put down here. Do you remember that Amy made a mess? There's no way that the mopping from that only resulted in 1 bottle of polluted water. Which also apparently... Oh no, it does... has hardly any germs on it? Is Amy a magically clean dupe? What? What do you mean my oh, these Drecos are starving? Well, yes. It just has a very small bladder, maybe. I had a pip from the portal a while ago and it managed to escape the core of my base for quite a while now. It's free to roam around and plant stuff. Now when I need to build my natural reserve, I don't have a rancher to relocate it. Ah, aggravating. Alright then, so we've done with most of that. This is built. I just need to work out how I'm going to get some power over here. Because I don't have any good answers. Frankly. Let's have a look at the refined metals. Yeah. Hardly any. We've got 800 kilos of aluminium. We might be able to use an aluminium line, maybe. No. Hang on. When did you run out? There. Okay. Well, this is temporary, so I don't really mind it running out. We can do iron. For the rest. Lovely. Alright. That at least gives us a way to pump this out, and then we're going to replace the atmosphere with probably just straight oxygen like we did with this, because it's the easiest thing. As I say, I'd probably like it to be carbon dioxide in the future. But I don't necessarily have access to that right now. No research? Unacceptable. Let's do some. Learn about this bit of a rocket. In case we ever need that bit of a rocket. I don't know what we might need it for, but in case we do, make sure you learn about it. What is your uptime? No, not very much. 16%. That's okay then. It's not draining too much of our power. Now, this one is going to be set at, if it's above 0, we've got polluted water, haven't we? So it'll be fine. We have polluted water, it'll be okay. Good, excellent. Get all that manky gas out of there and just put it out here where, you know, nobody cares about it. I find that so annoying. Let's see what we've got. I cannot tell you the number of researchers I've been offered. Endless researchers. I mean, do you think I'm not getting through the tech tree fast enough? Is this what you're trying to tell me, game? Because harsh. There you go, Annabelle, you can have a snazzy suit. Oh, also, hang on. Steve, have a hat, mate. There you go. Colony achievement? Ah, nowhere to go. 8 duplicants wearing non-default clothing simultaneously. Yes, you get rid of all of this rubbish. That's a lot. It's going to take a little while. What's next in, like, things that we need to do? Probably, like, make it so that these aren't going to work at the time they're needed. That would be helpful. We appear to have a pipe here that we can be deconstructing, which I think might even be made of igneous rock, so we definitely want to deconstruct it. Let's check in on Amy. You got an excellent rancher. I'm glad to hear it. Good. She's cleaned all of this up. Very well done. So what I would like you to do now is, let's get with some building. We're going to have to make a way for them to go round this box. Do I need to, I'm going to need to vacuum this out so I can replace it with hydrogen. What's the... I mean, the gas pressure's pretty terrible. So maybe I could just mostly replace it with hydrogen? The problem is the hydrogen is going to float. Which means the oxygen will compress down here. Which isn't strictly what I want to happen. No, we'll worry about the other bit later. Let's start some walls first. Alright. Do. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, you can't dig through abyssalite, can you? That is going to be a thing. That is going to be a thing. I haven't got a good way to get round without you being able to dig through abyssalite. I mean, you can get round up here. It's going to be a little bit of a faff. But, there is a way that you can get round here. You're going to need to dig out that one as well. I suspect. Handy but Luddite? Yeah, that's fine. No worries about the decreased machinery. I think it does make their running on the wheel slightly less effective, but I mean, that's not the end of the world. Let's get you to not build this side to begin with. Just build this bit. At some point, what are you doing? you set that to sweep only, then you can stop doing it. I was getting them to move all the ice because everything kept flooding, but we can chill with that now. Okay. Right, let's start setting up ways to get the oxygen down here. I remember how I did it. I did this. What have we built those out of? I mean, it doesn't matter. We're going to delete them anyway. There we go. And then we can just move this to the other side. In fact, I might even build one on the other side. There you go. To prepare. They will generate the same amount of power on the hamster wheel. Working on a metal refinery example will take longer. Yeah, no, that's true. I think I knew that. Do we have anyone who is not actually skilled up? Apart from Steve, who we're leaving unskilled so that they can go into space. What are we doing with you, Catalina? I mean, we might leave you there till we've got better food, which hopefully won't be too long. Leofar, we'd definitely like you to have the farming, I'm afraid, Leofar. That would be great. Neo, that's fine. Annabelle, fine. Ohms, fine. OKM, yep, all good. Rect is all good. And Steve. Amy. Amy can have some more skills if she would like. I don't really know what we'd like to give Amy, because Amy's only interest was in rocketry, which, you know, isn't super helpful. I suppose we'll give her the rocketry. I might even give her the hat. Oh, I don't think she can change her hat, because we don't have a pod over there. I suppose we'll give her suits as well, in case we ever do that. We could do some work in this section where we have this cool steam vent. Well, we mean, the problem is metal. The problem is continually metal. Just at the minute. What's the chance I could take off and actually do the thing? We need to take some steel. We need to build up some steel reserves. Hello. You don't have an output pipe, do you? No. I thought so. But we do need you to make some more steel, I think. Because I think we need to start prepping for going to this planet and digging up all their volcanoes. We're about to have food that will mean people won't go insane if we make them live in the rocket. Oh, I see that immediately broke again. Lovely. I mean, how are you doing that if it doesn't have an output pipe? That can't be a good idea. Just a thought. Yeah, so we'll need to take a bit of steel with us. But we are sort of getting to the point where I think that is entirely necessary. We can also come back with a whole bunch of gold amalgam, which will help salve our metal ore woes, which will also be useful. So, yes. I think that is a thing that we would like to do. As soon as we can. Oh, I think I was going to set these to have the dupes not harvest them. But to be fair, I have sweepers here, but I haven't actually put in any loaders or any lines. So, it's not fantastically helpful. Maybe we can make some in a bit. For now, the dupes can do it. How am I doing for time? Okay. Ugh. Well, at least I feel that we've got some things done today. I mean, many of them were regularly breaking the pipes for the metal refinery. Don't have enough iron again. Amy, do you have any iron? No. I mean, you do have some, but you haven't actually accessed it in any way. Oh, well done. You dug that up. I'm pleased to see it. I think the only other iron that we could sensibly see here is through here. Yep, there's some there, and there's some here. You don't need to do any of this anymore. There is another anti-entropy thermonullifier, noticeably. And moderately amusingly. What are you made out of? Neutronium. That's disappointing. Thought I might be able to get some sort of useful resource out of it, but no. It's just made of neutronium. Nothing useful. There's no iron in here. Or here. So yeah. Until such a time as we get in here and have a look at that. That is all the iron we know of. Which means I can't make any more steel. Honestly, such a struggle. I just wanted to grow all the plants. Why did I stupidly decide to start on the radioactive ocean? Whose ridiculous idea was that? The answer is obviously it was my ridiculous idea. But I think I stand by the idea that it was in fact a ridiculous idea. Frankly. Right then, chat. I think I might leave it here for today. I know it's a little bit earlier than usual, but I'm sort of at a little bit of an impasse with our resource troubles, and I would like some time to just recalibrate, really. Usually when I get a bit stuck, just like not thinking about it for 5 minutes is going to help. So I am going to leave you with this for tonight. Let's see if there's someone we can raid. I think yesterday there was like no one I knew streaming by the time I finished, which is odd. No, nobody's doing it again. No, disappointing. Alright then. Well, that is indeed disappointing, but I will leave you with this. I'll be back tomorrow, 3 p.m. GMT, that's UTC. I hope you all have a lovely rest of your day. Thank you so much for being here, for watching the stream, for chatting with me, for the subs and the support. I very much appreciate it all. I hope you will continue to support the stream, especially by turning up and watching. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a lovely rest of your day. I will see you tomorrow. Bye.